Alright, the sound's working. Yay! Welcome. Welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor group for Tuesday, September 27th, 2016. And once again, we're gathered here to check out things that we do and think about in the world of plasma technology. Sounds pretty complicated, but a lot of it is quite simple. Just so mind-numbingly simple sometimes that it takes years to figure out. Yeah, that's basically it. It's so simple it takes years to figure out. It's like most things that are in our face and simple and straightforward, we forget about them because they're so obvious in a way. But you still have to dig deep to get into the Keshe and other types of this new modern plasma technology, as it's called. And part of that is always trying to mate and match stuff from our old school technology with the new school technology. And part of that I got in front of me here, which is a little project that I'm working on. Whoops. Okay, I took a dive there. Okay, so you can see this basic setup here. We've got all this circuitry here is in coil and so on is just a basic crystal radio circuit. There's no batteries, there's a diode, there's a capacitor and resistor, and there's this antenna coil and a variable capacitor here. This is a variable antenna as well. It's got a lead that goes to the middle of the antenna coil and moves up and down, so you can change the ratio of the coils and so on. And over here we have a standard Magrav power coil, you might say. And so the idea here is, I'm not quite hooked up yet, but the idea is I want to make a test bed for this coil, to use it as an antenna, as a sensor, you might say. So I figure if you want to, for example, if you want to check out your coils in your Magrav unit, you could maybe use this as an actual sensor and either move it up and down along the unit to see, check the fields, or it could be used stationary and move things in front of it. Maybe, for example, maybe you have a Gans ball of some sort, some sort of either stationary or rotating assembly. And this could be either the rotating part could be brought close to this. If it was on the edge of a table, for example, you can move it up and down around it. Or you could put your Gans ball in the center, and different Gans balls could be tested to see what changes it makes to this circuit. And my hope would be through this to actually begin the process of nanocoating the whole crystal radio circuit. All the wiring should be nano-coated, and that goes and hooks into the Magrav coil to form kind of a figure-8 resonance of some sort here. We got the variables of the variable capacitor and a variable inductor here to kind of try to balance this other coil somehow. And to me, this coil is not just, it's not a resistor, it's not a capacitor, it's not a inductor, really, but it's a combination of all of those in a way. If you think about it, there's the resistance is, infinite resistance here. It shouldn't work as a regular circuit. But on the other hand, it has it has a certain capacitance to it as well, just because of the layering effect, the Gans and other nanolayers that are the copper oxide nanolayers and so on, all creates this. It's in effect, it has a certain capacitance. It has an inductance, a capacitance, a resistance, and so on. If it was measured, if it was able to be measured in the ordinary way that we use our meters and so on. But of course, in the ordinary way with the meter, it's hard to measure, because as soon as we start probing, as soon as we stick this pointed probe thing here onto one of these nano-coated wires, then we would be piercing that wire and going into the material level of the copper itself, which is not really where we want the measurement from. So one of the challenges is how to connect these two nano-coated leads of the coil to the actual circuitry here in a way that doesn't compromise the nano-coating on the coil, and still is able to somehow interact with this circuitry here, either in a higher frequency range or maybe in a lower one if it acts plasmatically. So the idea is, if we can get this circuit sort of tuned up so it's working. Oh, by the way, the other part of all this is an ordinary, let me see if I have one. Ordinary, but I can't find one when I need one. Well, just a second, there's one. An ordinary audio plug, such as like this, you know, with the 3 sections on it, will plug into here, okay, and the other end will plug into my computer, or in this case I want to hook it up to my laptop, or to my iPhone rather, and able to see an audio screen with you know, wave functions and so on it on the iPhone. Actually got the iPhone, don't have to pretend it, and I just have to have the right fitting for it, and I don't have that right now. So the idea is to hook this up to be able to listen basically to this circuit, and also see it as an audio waveform. And I've done that before on similar things, and with my little radio setups and whatnot. And I hope to follow through on that in the next day or so. I tried to get it ready for tonight, but it wasn't quite ready. And then I'm going to hook the coil setup into this unit as well. This is called...
Oh, so good.
What was that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't stop myself. That's really good. What I see there.
Yeah, well, this will blow you away too. This is called the brain power beacon. It's called, okay, and the beacon is a development of a fellow called E.J. Gold, and he's produced a number of these units, and I've had it for a number of years now. And the idea is it has no batteries, no electricity in it. It's got 2 antennas here. They both have, what do you call it, the black, black, and it'll come to me in a minute. It's got a semi-precious stone, black, not absinthe. Anyway, the other, it's got a, not onyx, no. Jeez. It just slipped my mind right now, actually. But these are copper coils. They're actually kind of and very much nano-coated over the years. They used to be very bright, shiny copper when they were new, and now they're quite dark. And the other two coils here, these are regular quartz crystals inside, and encased in coils as well. And these coils tend to go dark as well with the nano coating, but they also get it worn off from just holding it in your hands. That you're supposed to hold the coils in your hands. It's plugged in to this end of the box here through an audio plug.
Yeah.
A regular audio plug. And there's also an audio plug on the other end for an antenna and ground. And this box actually will receive radio. I can plug this into an antenna and ground, and the other end right in, plug the audio into my computer, and I can hear radio stations with it. But that's not the purpose of it. It's not tuned to radio stations. In fact, it's tuned off station. It's tuned actually to two radio stations that are close to each other and varying by 7.85 hertz or whatever is the theta frequency. And that's the natural Schumann frequency or resonant frequency of the Earth, or at least the ionosphere. And that's what this is tuned to. So it tunes, essentially you sit with it, and basically it tunes you into that frequency. As it turns out, that same Earth frequency, which is basically the same frequency that Tesla was playing with back in the early days, because he knew that was the Earth. He was actually using the Earth frequency, not the ionosphere, I believe, which was around 7 hertz. So 7-8 hertz range, it's still in the theta brainwave frequency as well, which is interesting. So we have beta, we have alpha, we have theta, and we have delta as the four main brainwave frequencies. So the beta is sort of our busy brain and thinking and comparing, and it's a pretty busy place there. Whereas the alpha is more the sort of the sheer joy of the moment, or the just being present and so on. Theta is particular to a deeper state, which is involved with the subconscious and involved with our ability to do the penetrate into the psychic realm and the some of the more interesting states that we might encounter or need in space, for example, I think. So this, in effect, can help us go to space in a way. And so that's what the purpose of this brain power is. B-R-A-N-E, not A-I-N. Is brain having to do with the membranes between parallel worlds, not between the in our brain, our head brain power. This is about the power or ability to work with the membranes between different dimensions, essentially. So anyway, enough of that right now. To suffice to say, what I wish to do, what I'm going to do, is hook up this nice little coil to this setup here. It's already black on black and looking good. So basically the negative, oh, I know what it is, black tourmaline crystals. These are tourmaline. And tourmaline is known for absorbing negativity and getting rid of it, getting rid of negativity, and people use tourmaline crystals for that purpose, for cleansing and so on. So part of this unit is the protective effect of the tourmaline through its antenna system. And this is the negative side, and this is the positive side of this, or you could say the entry and exit sort of configuration, or gravitational and magnetical, let's say. And so the idea is to hook up this gravitational lead of the coil to the gravitational side, and the magnetical lead to the magnetical side of this unit. And this will act then as an antenna, because normally I would hook up, I've got a 20-foot antenna across my ceiling here, which I normally hook up to this side here, and then I could hook a ground to this side, and that makes this whole unit more powerful, or it can be used as a radio and receive, different weird sounds and so on from who knows where. So
great idea.
this is part of the idea here, is to hook up this as an antenna and just see what happens. So I'm not quite prepared to do that yet, because I have to hook up some audio stuff that I'm not sure if it's going to work, and it'd be a bunch of messing around right now. But for next week, for sure, I'll have this system working. We'll be able to listen in and see what it sounds like to have a Magrav coil. And my hope is that maybe this can be used, this Magrav coil can be used as an antenna, okay, to be able to perhaps even diagnose other Magrav coils, for example. Because this coil should interact with, I've got another one here in the baggie ready to go. Imagine this beside it. Imagine this in a stacker unit, 3 of these coil units, and this beside it, and you can imagine they're interacting. I mean, they're resonating because they're similar. They're in the same range, let's say. So this should be able to pick up on this, and by moving this closer should either amplify, or maybe even the opposite. It could kill the signal of the other one, depending on who is the giver and who is the taker here, and so on. But there's definitely, they're not completely balanced, because this is in its Magrav system, this is in a different system, but yet they're bound to interact in some manner. Probably on, perhaps, let's say, on the same level vertically. Like, it may not react here, it may react there, it may not react down there, for example.
Yeah.
And if that's true, we should be able to look at each layer of the Magrav, say it has 3 layers, and analyze each layer just by raising it or lowering it. And it should, it should have some sort of audio variation in the signal here. We should be able to hear,
Oh, definitely. It would give you
something.
at a certain point a definite frequency. Such a brilliant idea. I was wondering, how do you nanocoat them, Rick?
These are, I did, these coils are done in 2 different processes. I'm not sure which one's which, but I used a crock pot with caustic in it, so it was at nice hot sort of boiling temperature, and dipped the whole coil in for a couple of hours or longer, but longer just starts eating away at the coils after a while, and that gave it a pretty good starter coat. But what really works well is to wash and dry the coils after that, and just a light spray of caustic on the coil. Put it in a baggie and put it out in the sun or somewhere where it's warm, and it gives the most beautiful, like, this is really nice.
Because I was just about to say, they're almost invisible behind that background. It's black. They're super black.
Yeah, it's super black, and this is also shiny too, which is interesting. And sometimes the black coating comes out really dull sort of looking and spotty and so on. This is completely even, and it's shiny all over as well. And I gave this coil a spray with Gans water, maybe 6 or 8 times. Light spray on both sides with Gans water and dried it. Wait till it's dry, spray it again, dry it, warm it so it's warm while that happens. It dries faster. And
What Gans would that be?
I've just used the three standard, what we call the three standard Ganses, the three amigos, CO2, the CH3, and CuO. So, and that didn't change the coating, didn't make it dull or anything. I'm in favor of light coatings of GANs. I believe that works as efficiently or better perhaps than thick coatings, as some nano coatings can be that way too. The thinner the better, in for example with graphene and the carbon nano coatings. When they're very thin, they have special magical properties. As soon as they add too many atomic layers, then it loses those properties. Okay, so anyway, any questions about that? Or wish I could give a demo now, but I'm just not quite set up yet. I picked up a couple of cables and stuff today to be able to tear apart actually tear into the cable and wire it into this system and have it so it plugs in properly into an iPhone or an iPad in this case, and computer and so on. So a little more development work to go on that, but it's coming along nicely.
Just a suggestion, maybe you could, instead of having that single coil or stacker coil you got there, test the car Magrav, the double coil from Peru that does, we know that's got a strong plasma field going through it. React better to other plasma fields, and you might get a better reaction out of it than the single coil, just as a alternate coil to try out.
Well,
yes, that's a good idea. Go ahead.
We don't really want the antenna to be too sensitive. We want to, have to get really close to actually get a reading. So we're not looking for really, really sensitive antennas or really high efficiency antennas right now. Because you got all this ambient plasma, you're going to affect it. There's a whole bunch of things that are going to come into play. So if we have a very inefficient antenna and you got to get really close to get an effect, then we're going to reduce any of the error caused by ambient or your own plasma or a jar of CO2 in the room.
Yeah, that's true, and so it'll be a matter of tuning it to a certain, not quite frequency, but a range of input, you might say. Like I'd want it, if it was to diagnose coils, for example, in a Magrav unit. Say you had a dozen Magrav units, and you knew that one of them wasn't working right, and you didn't know which one it was, and you thought, well, gee, maybe I can check it by checking the coil configuration, and maybe it'll have a signature. If it goes whoop, whoop, whoop for each coil, but it goes whoop, whoop for another unit, then it means that it's one of the coils isn't working or whatever. And it might be a way of creating a sensor that way. And it, like John says, it has to be so that my hand being around it doesn't affect it. So I was thinking I might have to, for example, extend this coil and put it out on a long sort of stick-like thing, that can sort of extend it out away from my body and away from other objects, and keep it as impartial and as an impartial sensor as much as possible, sensing something that looks like it. It's looking for its mate, basically. I don't want to be it.
So it's so correct. It's so correct. It will work. It's just a matter of analyzing those frequencies and just determining what is what, and that's it. Really, it will work. It's such a great idea. That's brilliant, Rick. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, from my experience with plasma balls, which I played around with quite a bit, they give off definite frequencies, and they can be picked up with a unit like this, and you can actually sense the fields with it, and sense the intensity and the frequencies of the fields. And I've had some very interesting things happen through some of that work, where you get these ascending and descending harmonics that occur that are quite incredible.
Incredible, yeah.
Guy was present during some of that, especially with the vacuum chamber and having a plasma glow inside the vacuum chamber. It's really quite amazing. All right, so maybe we should move along here and have a look at Lee Coates' setup. He's been patiently waiting by here. But I do promise I'll come up with something next week that we can actually start listening to some of this stuff. Okay, Lee, I got your pin there on the second screen. Do you want to tell us what's happening this week? You definitely have a multi-level Magrav, and if you had a problem one of those levels, I guess a unit like I was talking about might be handy.
Exactly. I'm still seeing your screen there, Rick. So.
Oh. Okay.
There we go. Okay, this was that double Magrav setup that we were looking at a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't been able to get it to work. I was trying to do the connections internally on it instead of doing it at the plugins, and it gets a little confusing when you get capacitors tying into it as well. And then last night I found a video from Keshe Foundation UK where they had the 2 factory Magravs set up and they couldn't get it to work. They showed their test setup and how it wasn't working. It wasn't giving them any reduction in the wattage for the loads they had on it. And then in the comments there was a comment from Keshe Foundation Arizona, which agreed with them and told them why they thought it worked in the first place. So if anyone else is working on this and can't get it to work, that may be why. I haven't got that comment handy to share with you right now.
Yeah, the one thing I know about that is the system that Armin is working with is he built it himself, and it's wired a little bit differently than the factory units, and that may be the difference. I can't say for sure though.
Yeah, so I think we need some more instruction or more insights into how this could work or something. I'm sort of gonna put it on the back burner now until I learn some more about what's going on here. But I just for mounting my capacitors, I just cut some notches in the discs on the side, and that seemed like a good way to mount them.
That looks really good there, really neat and tidy. Any comment on that, John? Do you think that'd be fine?
Because I was nano-coating them all together as one, 2 units that slide into each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then once get them assembled, they just fit in the notches there, and they're mounted kind of with a couple of ties. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you know about this, but with your capacitors, the capacitors are polarized. The pin is the gravitational, and the coil is the magnetical, and you're always going like grav to mag to grav to mag to grav to mag. It's always a series connection throughout the whole system. So your say you've got the capacitor on a gravitational lead, that would go to the magnetical part of the capacitor, which is the coil, and the output of that would be the gravitational. If you've got it on the magnetic or on the gravitational magnetical lead, it would go to the pin, the gravitational part of the capacitor. And this is something that just came out a week and a half ago, and we're just starting to wrap our heads around it. But you really have to watch it with your connections. you want to make sure that you keep the polarity. So if it's traveling through the system, if you're going from a magnetical to a gravitational, the magnetical will go to a pin with a coil wrapped around it, and that coil would go to your gravitational and array and keep going that way. You gotta, I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around all of this stuff. So I understand if anybody's confused. We will clarify, we'll come up with a way to describe it in a better light when we can actually think about this clearly.
Can we draw it?
Yeah,
Something that we really have to watch out for now.
that helps a lot, John, because I know the original blueprints, they just showed a capacitor, but they didn't show you which way to hook it up. And
yeah, well, originally we didn't.
Mine weren't working very good because I hooked them up backwards or something.
Yeah, originally we didn't understand that they are polarized, and you do have to follow that polarity. We understood it with the turns of the coils, that if you have a coil backwards or you have a connection twisted backwards, then you're creating a blockage in your flow. The capacitor is the same way. If you get your capacitor in backwards, it's going to block your flow.
Thanks for that information.
And we're all learning. Everybody, even the folks at the foundation, the innovation center, they're learning every day too. So we got a long way to go before we can say we actually know what we're doing with this stuff.
There's another thing that Mr. Keshe clarified with us. I think might be good to point it out over here. With respect to the capacitors, then the pin is considered gravitational, and the coils around the pin are considered magnetical. So when we are connecting wires from the AC power outlet, what we would do is connect live into the gravitational, and we would then let the fields go gravitational to magnetical in that way. So by extension, neutral gets connected to the magnetical, and then you run your various connections out. But that's the flow. We have to follow the flow of the plasma, because the live carries the signal of AC itself. So it needs to go into the gravitational and then come out the magnetical.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something about it. Remember, John, a few weeks ago, I was asking you why you were saying the magnetical goes counterclockwise, and then when I thought about it, the way the Magrav coils are connected, I see what you're saying. And I was saying something about, well, when you're facing the clock, if the fields are coming towards you, they would look like they're going clockwise, and if they're going away, then I started realizing, right, okay, it depends on your point of view. If the fields are coming towards me, they're going away from the clock. From the clock's point of view, it's a magnetical field. But from my point of view, it's a gravitational field. So it's going, in other words, we got a language problem. The language,
Mario, think about it like if it's coming towards you, it's a gravitationally biased system. If it's going away from you, it's a magnetically biased system.
Right. Now, but then on the other hand, it's magnetic from the point of view of the clock.
Well, it's a
sorry, go ahead.
Point of view of the flow from the observer or from the source. If you have a system that you want to collect energy from, you need a magnetical system. You need the expansive side of the equation. If you have a system where you want it to absorb energy, to remove something, then you need a gravitationally biased system.
Right.
Is the collapsing side of the equation.
Yeah, but I think like the concepts are easier to understand than the language when we use, clockwise, counterclockwise, gravitational, magnetical, plus and minus always screws me up,
Yes.
In and out, things like that. That's easier for me to understand. Which one's the in, which one's the out, that kind of thing. So I think a lot of it, well, anyway, just saying language seems to be a stumbling block for me in understanding, what are you talking about, which way is it going, and that kind of thing. It'd be nice if we could clear it up, get a standardized way of, communicating these things.
That's what
Yeah.
Keshe has been working at for years from when he first started his books, is to try to make a language that we can understand. And it's a very difficult thing in spite of dozens of children's workshops and all the other workshops and so on. It's still hard to understand. For example, the whole idea of, like you mentioned, John, the power coming in. So you have your hot lead, what we call the hot lead. Let me just spotlight my flailing arms here briefly. There we go. And so we have this, we call it electricity with the hot lead and the common coming into your power in many countries, North America, for example. And so this hot lead goes to the magnetical coil of the capacitor, and then you have your central core gravitational that comes out of that. Okay, but then my
Actually,
question, pardon me?
I say actually that's backwards. You'd have your hot lead connected to the gravitational because you want the system to absorb the energy. So the energy, your source energy, would come in, go into the collapsing side of the equation, which is the gravitational.
I thought it was the other way around, but okay.
Well, think about the flow, right? If you
Well,
have
this is what I'm thinking of. The flow of the plasma is going to be going the opposite direction as the electricity flow. That's my point.
Well, the plasma is going both directions at once, which is,
Well,
you know, if we get
we're always told that the plasma goes back to its source, the source where the electricity is coming from. It goes back to the generator, back to the whatever the grid. It coats the grid. It starts going flowing backward. Backward
well,
is the way the plasma flows. Electricity
yeah, in
flows
that
one
respect,
way. The plasma goes the other way.
in that respect, it's going both ways because it's coming out of both ends of the device. So you know that you're going to find plasma on both of the leads that are coming out of your Magrav system. So yeah, I see the plasma more as just a pressure. Like if you put water in a colander, it's just going to come out of all of the holes, and that's kind of the way I view the plasma. But when we're dealing with this polarity issue, especially for the wiring, you look at the flow of energy, not necessarily the plasma, just the energy that's moving through the system. So you got it coming from the wall into a capacitor. And if you want it to flow easily into that capacitor, it goes into the gravitational aspect of the capacitor because that's drawing into itself. That goes to the magnetical, which is the expansive side, pushes it out. The next connection would go to a gravitational connection because it's taking it from that capacitor, drawing it into the next system. Is that clearer for you, Rick? It doesn't look like it.
Somewhat, but I'm a little confused. I thought the core or the center pin was negative, generally hooked to the negative side of things.
Well, this is like Mario was saying, the negative and positive is so confusing. AC has no negative. Well, it has a negative every 1/60th of a second, but it constantly changes. So it's a little bit goofy that way. With the DC systems, with the car systems, we put the negative on the gravitational because that's the source of electrons.
Okay, I guess that's where it gets confusing.
So the electrons are coming out of the battery on the negative pole because electrons are negative polarity. That's where they're coming from, and they're trying to go to the positive side. Unless you want to talk about holes, again, we can get really confusing with this, but I'm trying to keep it as simple as I can. The electron source is your negative pole. So to get that into your plasma system, you need to bring that in on a gravitational connection.
Yeah, that's right there. Like on all of my electronic gizmos here, right? If you put a battery in it, you connect the positive to the positive to the negative to the negative. But of course, one of those positives is going to be an out, and the other positive is going to be the in, and vice versa. But because they're making it idiot proof for people to match the symbol to symbol, Somebody who had the last week who had the battery with the solar panel. In other words, in and out is way better than positive. They make the battery with the positive. You connect it to the positive, but if the battery, the positive of the battery has to go into the input of the device, or the other way around. In other words, you're going positive. You're going out to in to out. So it's, if you mark it out to in to out, it would be easier than positive to positive, negative to negative, because one of those positives has got to be the in, and one of those, so they're doing that to keep it idiot proof for people like me who sees the positive, put it in that way, match up the symbols, but that's got nothing to do with the actual flow of the electricity. It's out to in to out to in, back around.
Yeah. It's pretty easy for me to think that way, because I've been wiring up big sound systems for years. So I don't view it as positive, negative. I view it as signal path. And you've got a signal source, and you want it to go somewhere. And then you've got the source that's creating a source, and that's going to go somewhere. And so on.
Sounds to me like you're the perfect guy to create a lexicon of terms of this stuff and standard.
It's part of what he does.
Yeah. So that when we start talking about it, we can say, wait, what do you mean? Look it up on the lexicon. Okay, and we can get a better understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, this is part of what came up a few weeks ago, this idea of when we have what's called a schematic, electrical schematic, with the line drawings of all the little parts, a resistor with a squiggle and so on. And the idea that we need to have a plasmatic schematic. I like that term somehow. It has a good ring to it. Plasmatic schematic. And that way we will have different symbols that we'll recognize. Like, for example, this plasma capacitor in itself. It's a different animal than just a regular capacitor. It acts differently. It hooks up similarly, but not necessarily the same as a regular capacitor that's used in electronic circuits and so on. So the plasmatic entities, the different parts, have to have a different way of looking at them, some sort of symbol that recognizes their place in a plasmatic structure rather than electrical flow structure, because mostly now it's all about current flow, and it comes down to electrons, and they cut electrons finely that way. And where with the plasmatic structure, we don't worry about the electrons so much, and it becomes fields that get involved rather than particles or flow of electricity directly.
Yeah, in a really coarse sense, you could think of it like hooking up a bunch of garden hoses together. You've got an end, a certain kind of end with the threads on the outside. That's where the water comes from. And then you've got another end, which goes over top of that, threads over the top, and that's where the water goes. And the plasmatic connections with the pin and the coil are pretty much the same as that. Where it's coming from on the end of that connector is going to be a pin. Where it's going is going to be the coil around the outside of that pin.
Yeah, and that's a perfect. It points out the problem. You just explained the simplicity of it, and yet when we start talking about magnetic and gravitational and positive and negative and in and it clockwise.
I get confused again because you mentioned how the electrons come out of the negative part of the battery and so on. That's what gets hooked up to the central pin. Why wouldn't the central pin in the AC system also get hooked up to the ground or the source of electrons, which is the ground of the Earth?
Well, you can lick the ground. You're not going to get kicked across the room. You lick the live side, it's going to really hurt. The live side is the source of your energy.
No, I disagree. If you had your feet hooked up to the clouds and you were licking the ground, you would get zapped by the electrons jumping from the earth to your tongue, which we call lightning.
Mm-hmm.
And they go from the earth to the sky, not from the sky to the earth.
But the
Well,
wires running through my wall have nothing to do with the ionosphere.
yeah, but look,
But they are, the wires are attached to the earth. The common and the ground are attached to the earth, though.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
So-
but look at this way. It's just what I said. That battery in the car, John is saying the negative is where the flow of electrons are. That it should be marked the positive. It should be, but they don't want you to have, you know,
That's right. Everything's mismarked, and that's part of my point. It gets confusing.
Again, you know, because it's idiot proof for people like me, you know.
Well, that's right. Well, I learned, you know, auto mechanics when I was a teenager or younger, and I learned about batteries and circuits when I was in, you know, grade 5, and I was planning on getting my you know, ticket for radio in grade 6 and so on. I knew way more then than I do now. But the thing is, they mistaught because they had, you know, this battery and there's a plus and minus. And generally, back then, we were supposing that there's a current flow between from the positive to the negative. That sort of made sense. That's why it's plus and negative's ground, where everything gets grounded to. And, you know, all this kind of thing goes around your head for decades in my case. And then only in the last few years has it become clear that there's actually a major argument between physics and the automotive world and the world of household wiring and the world of many worlds about what way the current, what actually flows. They can't even define what an electron is to start with. They don't know whether it's flowing or whether the holes are flowing, so they just say, well, it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter whether holes are moving or whether electrons are moving. It's the same effect, so we just name it one way, and that'll be the common way of understanding it, and so on. Well, I claim bullshit because it's confused the heck out of me. I looked it up recently. Anode and cathode, for example, in a battery. Okay, that's a confusing realm. Because you think, well, there's, you know, they name the plus and minus, the, you know, cathode, anode, and so on. It's all sort of particular. No, everything's fine until you fire up the alternator for that battery. And then all of a sudden they say, well, no, this cathode is not really the cathode anymore, it's the anode. And the anode's no longer the cathode. The anode, it's the cathode. They switch positions during charging, and then when you're discharging the battery, they go back the other way. Well, what the heck is that? What kind of switch hitting is that? What kind of science is that? Pretty iffy, I would think. So what's happening when it's actually you know, generating from an alternator or generator into the battery at the same time you're using power from the battery? Well, then there's this balance thing, and I don't really know how to tell which is the anode or cathode in that circumstance when it comes right down to it. So after you know, 50 years of trying to understand all this stuff from an ordinary point of view, I'm finding now I'm more confused than ever. And I'm trying to adapt to more of a plasmatic point of view, which is starting to make a lot more sense, and sort of in terms of fields and potentials rather than this anode cathode thing, and trying to nail down a battery that refuses to get nailed down.
Could you imagine if they... Sorry, go ahead, John.
Yeah, looking at it from a field point of view, the field is going to collapse into the gravitational. It's going to be radiated out of the magnetical. So if you have a magnetical to magnetical connection, you've got opposing radiations. You don't have a flow, you have a blockage.
Could you imagine if they sold garden hoses with positive and negative, and this is the cathode end, and that's the...
Essentially, they do.
Well, that's what they do.
Water my lawn.
And if you want to see total confusion, go to a tree planting camp with 5 different kinds of hoses and try to get them all to communicate with each other. They have different washers, different, slightly different thread things. Some don't go into the. It's quite a confusing mess in spite of its simplicity of something that should be easy to pick up something that threads into the other and doesn't leak. But boy, are they prone to leaking. And the more high tech they are, the more they tend to leak, I think. But it's interesting. Again, it's where they're supposed to have convention, and it seems like, the rules were all made years ago, and you think that it would all work properly. But when it comes right down to it, we have manufacturers from all over the world that are all competing and all trying to do it a little better, a little cheaper, a little differently, and so you end up with at least half a dozen different kinds of washers alone, some of which work with each hose and some don't, and so on. So it's a similar thing, with battery connectors and things like that. There's such a raft of options that it's become almost impossible to standardize in a way.
Breaker.
Hello.
Breaker.
Hello, Denny. Come in, Denny.
John, is it possible for you to annotate and give a little schematic of how you're thinking? Do you have time for that, Rick and John?
Yeah, probably do that.
Yep, that'd be great.
What do I need? I need the little drop down thing, which isn't dropping down. And I'm on full screen. Why is it not dropping down? Come on.
Let's see. Maybe you have to go up to the top to get it to show.
That's what I'm bouncing off the top with my mouse, and it's not dropping down. Gallery view. There we go. Show non-video, manage participants. I don't have the menu that I need.
You don't have share screen?
I can do it that way, I suppose. Yeah, do the whiteboard. Okay. All right. So we've got. We'll do a line. Let's do it blue. We've got a source of energy right here. Okay, could be a sun, could be a battery, could be anything. It's a source of energy, and it's radiating fields out, and we want to collect those fields. So if we make a capacitor, here's the pin, here's a coil that goes around it. To collect these fields, we need to connect to the gravitational side of this, because the gravitation was the collapsing side of the field. It's what holds us to the planet. It's what holds planets from flying apart. It's draws the energy into itself. So this energy is going to be radiating into the gravitational aspect of this device, and it's going to be radiating out of the magnetical aspect of this device, because the magnetical is the expansive side. So whenever you connect your systems together, you're going from your let's just use an antenna symbol for a source. Okay, you've got your source going to the gravitational side of a connection. The magnetical side picks that up, sends it on down the way to the next connection, which is gravitational to magnetical, and so on and so forth. If you were to hook this up, so you've got a gravitational or a magnetical to a magnetical, this is the energy from the magnetical is trying to go that way, and the energy from this one is trying to go that way. The flow is you're going to have a blockage in your flow. So you need to make sure when you do this that all your connections, there we go, that all your connections are congruent to the flow. Now, if you want a system that's going to absorb energy, it's going to be the other way around, because you want to have the primary connections being magnetical. So they're going to be drawing the end, or no, wait a minute. It'll still be the same way. It's going to be your bias on your main system itself, not necessarily the connections. The connections will all be the same. Whether or not the antenna is going to be an absorbent antenna or a transmitting antenna, that's where I got confused. And right now with the Magrav systems, the Magravs are a transmitting system. They absorb fields, but they send the fields out for us to use. They're not absorbing them and dissipating them like one half of this system. And the way we're doing that right now is not with the way the coils are wired. It's just with a piece of nano-coated wire going down to a sink, going down to a bucket of salt water, which that's very absorbent of the plasma energy. So it's biasing that side into a absorbing system. The other side is biased into a radiating system. That's how we get the flow that way. But if you look at, if you think about your flow all the time, you're coming from the source, and the source is going to go to the gravitational. It's going to be absorbed into the next component. Then the next component is going to radiate on the other side out with a magnetical field or a magnetical bias. And that's going to go to the gravitational of the next component, because it's, you got a radiating side and a collapsing side, and you need to keep that congruent all the way through your whole system. Does that help you at all, Denny?
Yes, I wanted that. So as people view this, they'll get a better understanding. Sometimes it's difficult to pick it up when people are going back and forth. So now they got a visual indication. One of the things that you might also, you've got your antenna is your transmitter, I think, on this drawing. And over on the right-hand side, you could put a receiver, which is sometimes called the load. Is that correct?
Well, this drawing, this little antenna drawing, that's going to be your source of energy, whether it's a battery, the live side of an AC circuit, a spinning plasma ball, that's or the plasma, the Gans collection itself. That's going to be the source of your energy in that system.
Could you call that a transmitter?
No.
Okay.
I call it a source.
Yes, a source. I mean, a transmitter in a case would be a source.
Or a giver. Yeah. A transmitter has connotations that really confuse the issue.
Input.
Okay.
Input and output would be good. Yeah. Yeah. This term, this lexicon, we need to get this standardized way. Yeah.
This system.
I like to. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This antenna is actually an energy output. Okay. This is where the energy is coming from. Then you've got that going to the input of the first component, the output of the next component, or that first component goes to the input of the next component, and so on. And the other side would be, in typical layman's terms, would be going to your ground or your sink. The end result, where the energy is going to. So this is where the energy is coming from. This is where the energy is going to. And throughout the system, if you maintain the congruency of your components and your connections, the connections matter too. So each connection in the flow chain, you need to have the right plug. So where the flow is coming from needs to be a pin. Where the flow is going to in that component needs to be the coil.
Yes, so very much like you said, the garden hose effect. You see, those are that's exactly how you do with a garden hose. And if you have two hose, two ends that can't screw into one another, there's a short there. It's a break.
Yep, you're gonna have a leakage. You're gonna have a blockage in the flow. Something's not gonna work. Yep,
but the ground would be opposite on the 12-volt system. You're saying though.
Well, yeah, the negative ground is. It's not actually a ground. It is a ground because it's the primary circuit. It's pretty much everything in the car other than the wire is of that potential.
Well, they do have positive ground as well in some
Yep.
vehicles, like in some of the older English vehicles, for example.
Yeah, most
So
semis, I think, or most older
that's
semis are positive ground as well.
that's a
So
good
the
point.
the word ground simply means this is the bulk of the system where we hook the wires to. That's where the energy from the
So
wires go.
in this drawing, this would be for what we would call a positive ground automotive system, then, because then,
No, no,
well,
don't
well,
look, don't think
you
about
said before that the central pin should be hooked to the negative terminal of the battery.
That's right. This
Okay,
is
well,
this
that you can't
here.
have it hooked to negative at both ends. You have negative ground at one end, and then they can't have negative at the other end too.
Okay, so I used the wrong symbol. This antenna is the source of your energy. So in a 12-volt car, that would be the source of the electrons, which is going to be the negative potential terminal of the battery. That's where the electrons come from.
So that's actually the output. That's where the
Yes.
fields are going out. So
Yes.
instead of calling it the negative, forget about that. Call it the out. Wouldn't that just
Right.
simplify it?
Well,
Right.
then
Well, it
people
does, but we don't normally think of the ground of the terminal of a battery being the output of the battery, because the output of the alternator goes to the other terminal of the battery, for example.
Which is the in.
Well, you could
So
overthink this and totally confuse yourself.
Well, that's
I'm
the
trying
problem.
to
Yes.
in other
Yeah.
words,
possibly.
you're linking up like symbols. In other words, you're connecting the positive to the positive, the negative to the negative symbols. But you've got a flow. You've got the batteries out that is called the negative, but it's actually the out. It goes to the alternator, and the alternator goes back to the in, which is marked positive on the battery. So you do have an output of what's called the negative, but it's the out, and then you have the input, which is called the positive. So the markings are deceiving, but the flow is there. The negative is the out, and the positive is the in. Isn't that right? Am I missing something?
Pretty much. Even
Yep.
in a car system, when the alternator is functioning, Rick is, yes, he does have a point where there is a point where the negative potential pole of the battery is actually bringing in electrons, but it's still a negative potential. It's still the electron source. You're not, you're not reversing the polarity of the battery. You're not, all of a sudden that pole doesn't become positive. The flow changes, yes, but the potential is always going to be the electron potential is going to be on that negative pole, regardless of how you're charging it or discharging it. Oh, I think I annoyed him.
we're all munching away on that information,
Yeah.
trying to compute. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a dicey thing because it involves this weird thing of standardization, and it all goes back. We can blame it on Benjamin Franklin if we want to, and back to some of the pioneers of electricity and so on, where they started. They actually started misnaming it, and then science decided to keep that convention. And then it turned out later they were actually correct, even though they misnamed it, and so on. It's a very dicey, very strange, convoluted trip, this whole thing of naming of this positive, negative, plus minus sort of thing. It's not so straightforward and easy. Just like when I was in university and I asked my professor, my physics professor, who was trying to describe an electron in terms of this field theory, or this formula. And I said, well, you're telling us that that's what science knows about, that's all they know about the electron is that formula. What is an electron? What is it? What is it composed of? What makes up an electron? He couldn't answer it. Had no answer, no idea. All he could do was simply describe it in terms of this formula, which it essentially meant it had a charge and it moved according to its, charge. And that was very disappointing to me, that I couldn't get an answer from some of the top professors in the United States, the top country of the world, that they didn't know what an electron was. And that was led to my disenchantment of the whole General Motors thing, and well as a few things
I'm
where
glad
they had
glad you brought that up, Rick, because
that and planned obsolescence did me in. I decided this was not the place for me. But go
I'm
ahead,
glad you
sir.
brought that up, Rick, because that leads me into my next thought, and that is trying to get rid of this positive-negative electron concept, which is so confusing to so many people. If we look at the simplest atom we got, hydrogen atom, 1 proton, 1 electron, you've got the 2 gravitational magnetical fields.
Hold it, John. I think we need a drawing here. I think it's either
Okay.
that or some music that goes along with it. The if I could play guitar, I'd accompany you for it because it's perfect. That
Okay,
song you were playing was perfect.
okay, so
But
we've got,
yeah, perfect. Thank you.
let me do colors. Okay, so with a hydrogen atom, the conventional model is you've got 1 proton and 1 electron, and the electron is spinning like mad around the outside of this proton. Okay, that's the standard model. The new model, the model that we understand, is we have 2 interconnecting fields here. They're not particles anymore, they're simply energetic fields. This is a gravitational field. This is the collapsing side of the equation. This is the magnetical field. This is the expanding side of the equation. That's why it's on the outside, is because it's trying to get away from the gravitational point. So this field that we call an electron is the radiating side. That's the energy is trying to get out of that atom, while the proton is the collapsing side of the field, the gravitational side of the field. So if we want to interface with these fields, this energy coming out of the electron cloud, or the magnetical aspect of that atom, that's going to be drawn to the next gravitational field. And then that's going to fill up. That's eventually going to radiate out. And that's going to be again drawn to, whoops, dot brown, to the next gravitational field, which is this illustrates exactly what I was talking about with the connections. You've got your source, which is in this atom, the source is the magnetical field. That's the radiating side of this atom, because the gravitational isn't a source, it's a sink. It's where the energy wants to go to, not go from. So we've got the energy coming from the magnetical aspect of this atom, traveling, and it's trying to get to the gravitational aspect of whatever's next, whether it's another atom, whether it's a Magrav coil, whether it could be anything. It's going to be looking for that sink, someplace for it to go, someplace where it wants to be gravitated towards. So it's seeking the gravitational side of the next system. With our connections, it's exactly the same thing. We've got the source energy. Whoops, I guess I shouldn't, I guess keep the colors the same. We've got the source energy, which is traveling through a wire, from a battery, wherever the source is coming from. And it's trying to get to a gravitational sink. And then the other side of that gravitational sink, because you've always got the 2 sides, this is going to radiate out into the next system, and it's the next system, it's going to look for another gravitational sink. It's exactly the same thing that happens with the atoms, with the energy transfer in an atom. You can think of this as electrons in holes. I know, Rick, I know you understand that. And the electron is always looking for a hole to fill. The hole is the gravitational side of the equation. And then I've been through that theory, and they get ridiculously confusing, but that's what they do just to justify their existence, as Mr. Keshe says. They take really simple concepts and make them incredibly complex so that most people think they can't understand it. But it's just a flow. It's coming from somewhere, going to somewhere else. And where it's coming from is the magnetical side. Where it's going is the gravitational side. Always.
I think there's a song in here somewhere. Yeah, the electron blues.
Yeah, what rhymes with gravitational?
Magnetical. That's the only word that does.
Yeah. But the more I explain this to folk, the clearer it's getting to me, and it's so simple.
But yet, we're told it's not really an electron thing, though. Perhaps we should think of it as the fields that are moving rather than the electrons, right? Jay comes up with the question, what speed do electrons travel at? And that's where it starts to get complicated with electrons.
Yeah, that's assuming an electron is a particle. But what we're now is it's not.
It's also assuming that it's not the holes that are moving, it's the electrons that are moving. And now the modern theory is it's actually the holes that are moving. Electrons stay in place, more or less.
Can you put that drawing back up again for a second? I will show you something that might confuse everybody. But that drawing, do you still have that, John? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Imagine that center, you have that gravitational, is actually spiraling out. And where we call hydrogen is an interaction of the fields out at the last layer. And it's nothing but interactions of fields, because there's actually 12 of those spirals where they cross, they create another spiraling from there. And so you'll have 108 sets of spirals, maybe 108 times 108 times 108. That is the hydrogen atom. Is not an atom, it's the interaction of the fields out at the last layer. If you go in a layer, you'll have iron and gold, and you keep going in, you get plutonium and stuff. They're all the same. They're just an interaction of fields. That's what's going on. There's nothing moving there except the fields. There's no bits of anything moving there at all. It's interaction of the fields.
Yep, and that's about 5 layers above what I was explaining. It's relatively accurate from what I understand, but it's really hard to explain how we deal with connection flow and signal path through a semi-matter state system like the Magravs.
Yeah, yeah.
What you can't really go by field sometimes, because the field on that flow extends around the connectors as well. And so it's not a field as such. You got plasma, you got a direction of the plasma, and then you got the fields of the plasma. And so it's actually larger. There's a flow of the plasma and there's a field of the plasma. So you can't just say fields, because then you're lumping it all in one sum. You've got to kind of divide it a little bit.
Yeah, but there's no such thing. The fields are the interaction of plasma. So you have to have another entity interacting. And that's why John said there's another one of these over there. And if it's hydrogen, then the hydrogen will link with the hydrogen and you will create a gradient flow. And it's actually going to be an infinity loop in between those. And so you're getting infinity loops, infinity loops, infinity loops, infinity loops. So in between where you have those little red circles, those are actually in where that blue line is, right in between. There is an infinity loop between those. Where the blue the spiral is, there's an infinity loop between those. So that's the way it's going. It's going back and around and back and around, but it's got a direction of flow. So there's that. And I'm not sure I'm clearing anything up here, but yeah, it has to be an interaction. It's a musical note by itself is meaningless.
Yeah, so. And with the connections, if you have 2 magnetical connections back to back, you're trying to push like poles of a magnet together.
Right.
If you have 2 gravitational poles back to back, you're trying to push together like poles of a magnet. That's
Right.
because it does that way of thinking does work with this system. Yes, it's far more complex than this, certainly. But in the idea of looking at how to connect these things together and get these connections clear, the complexity is not helping us at all.
No, and at the end of the day, once we really start to clear up the terminology and we start getting a better understanding of this, we're going to find that this is actually much simpler than the way we've been doing it, but it's just not clear now. I mean, not to me, and I know probably to most. We need to clear the fog away and see the simplicity of it. It's going to be not more complicated. It's going to be simpler once we really get a clear clarity of it. Yeah. But right now we're still in a fog, I think, all of us. Well, I'll speak for myself, you know.
Well,
I mean,
I'm going to jump in here just for a moment. When you talk about magnetism and dielectric, that's what forms the current, and the magnetic lines and the dielectric lines are perpendicular to one another, and this is something that is standard electricity. Has to be equated to plasma.
No, it's completely wrong physics. Dielectricity is coined by Oliver Heaviside in the 1890s as one of the first. Actually, it goes back before that, and there's different terms. That is wrong understanding. Oliver Heaviside used it to describe the opposite pulling and pushing effects. His definition of dielectricity is what we call Magrav. So
that's right. That's exactly right. So, we got all of these brain viruses that are going around that we have a little bit of difficulty in explaining what's really happening and understanding too.
Yeah, and again, it's the terminology that gets it screwed up most of the time. It's our terminology that gets it twisted, where you're plugging positive to positive. Well, how can you plug a positive battery to a positive end of a device and have a flow? So one of them is marked wrong, see, but you know, and so in that at every level. And there's more, you know, Rick, you were saying there was a conspiracy to deliberately, the Carnegie Foundation, the Royal Academy of Sciences, and the Belgian kings, oddly enough, were created to standardize, what do they call it? There's SST or something, standards of terms and weights and measurements and stuff. They're the one that gave us watts and volts and amps and all these definitions of electrons and stuff. And by the time they actually came out with it, the Carnegie Foundation was involved in that stuff. They knew it was wrong. They knew it was wrong. They literally erased all Charles, what's his name, Steinmetz's, his lexicon with proper terms and understandings of that stuff. They erased those names and put in arbitrary things and created mathematical formulas to deliberately lead us to never understand the reality. So, you know, it wasn't even an accident. It was a conspiracy to keep us in the dark. And that's why we're still suffering from that now. You know,
I think the secret that I use most often to help wrap my brain around this is I make sure I keep my definitions fluid. I do not believe there is a concrete definition anywhere. Now, you know, we've got certain definitions for certain things like positive and negative, in and out. They act differently. If you try to think of it in concrete terms, it's going to make you nuts. You have to stay fluid. It's like listening to Mr. Keshe. If you take him verbatim, he makes absolutely no sense. But if you go, well, what does he mean by that word, and adjust your definition a little bit, then it all starts to come together. So try to not, hold on to concrete definitions and look at the system as it functions, not as it's described.
That's true. It's a lot of it has to do with the context and the environment of the situation. So what might be absolutely true in one context and environment may be exactly the opposite in a different context and environment. So
that's right.
A lot of it is personal experience, personally experienced, as they say, or how we accumulate data based on our experience, which is the best way. Like you hook up a couple leads backwards, like I did a few weeks ago, and 220 volts come surging through in your hands in the wrong way, and suddenly a giant spark gets issued. That lets you know that you shouldn't hook up those two leads together. That there is a huge potential, and the potential is to cause big sparky things in a surprising manner. So I mean that's obvious with the old jumper cable situation that many people find themselves in. They have these two jumper cables and you have two battery posts. You've got exactly roughly 50% chance of getting it right by random trying. And for a lot of people, they just don't know. There's, this red clamp and a black clamp and red post and a black post. Does that mean you do them opposite or the same? Or, it's kind of like some of the confusion that we run into. We're like the young person that's never had a battery cable in their hands in their life, and they've got a stalled battery in the middle of a snowstorm and they're ready to hook it up and they don't even know which one it goes to. Well, if sparks are flying big time, then chances are that it's not hooked up correctly, and that's usually gives a direct and in your face, literally, response to the wrong choice in that situation. And hopefully we won't have to experiment that way with very powerful plasma systems. Okay, guys, I'm ready to hook it up. I'm not sure which way it goes, but it's sure going to do something.
I got a breaker. I got to do a little breaker here again, John. But go on with your thought after I say this. So, if you were to draw a schematic of coming from it goes into the capacitors are in parallel, and they go down. If you draw a little schematic of what the Magrav system was using your host connecting, that would be good as well. Go on with your thought.
Okay, thinking about Rick with his 12-volt battery, again, you got to expand your definitions. A 12-volt battery isn't just 12 volts. Anybody who's had a high current flow through a battery and then broke that circuit knows there's a lot more there than 12 volts, because that really hurts when you get that transient voltage spike.
That's something that occurred to me when I was thinking about well, I can't have them right here. The contactor system that I was showing last week or the week before, it has little contacts. It has a 24 volt. My hands are flapping, but people can't see it because the
I'll stop
thing
that.
is
Hang
on
on.
there. Okay, back to hand flapping. You have these contactors with little contact points. So you have a coil and a 24 volt coil, and every time the voltage comes through, the contacts make contact, and those contacts could be for, say, a 120 or 240 volt system that's going through the contacts, or some other system that gets actuated through this relay. So the relay makes these contacts go up and down. And the same thing happens in the old points type system for ignition for automobiles. You have a contact point that moves up and down. What happens in those contacts is you get a spark. Every time it opens, it's spark, 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 spark. And that's the jump in the current that's jumping across that gap and causing an ionization in that gap and so on. And that's a bit of an issue. It causes wearing of the points and so on. So they usually put a capacitor across the points so that it absorbs that spark, so that it doesn't erode the stainless steel contacts of the breaker. So it's interesting, John, you mentioned that, because every time those breakers create that spark emits this high energy wave that goes out into the environment. You could literally be rooms away and still detect that with a simple crystal radio setup. I've done that. I've detected the spark of a switch just an ordinary room switch, several, 10 meters away or whatever, in a crystal radio here, and that kind of thing. So it is a high frequency, high voltage, essentially, wave that shoots out from that sparking point. And it's not just 12 volts, or it's not just 24 volts, or whatever is supposed to be in those contacts. It's there's something special about sparking that creates a certain thing, and Tesla knew about that, and his spark gaps were very important to the way his Tesla coils worked and so on. And he had many patents actually for different kinds of spark gaps in magnetically quenched and in a vacuum and so on and so forth, and actually used the sparks to advantage as well. They act as a transmitter. You can actually transmit using sparks. So that's essentially the first radios were spark gap technology that way.
Yep. And if we're using Morse code, sparks work really, really good, because that massive transient voltage spike, when you break the connection, when you break that circuit, like Rick said, it creates a white noise RF, radio frequency, over the entire spectrum. You don't need a special tuning or anything like that. It's all you need is a diode.
It would send a pulse too, so you wouldn't need the amplification as much as before as well, because it actually sends a pulse through. So I'm thinking that some sort of magnetic make and break circuit that way might be a good way to pulse the Magrav units.
Some sort of a zone commutator spinning around with a little connector on it, so it's...
Well, perhaps. I mean, it's a good point. Commutators do spark, and any standard brushed motor would be sparking that way in that sense. I thought more deliberate, powerful sparks. Like, we try to avoid sparks on a commutator as much as possible, but in this case we actually want to consciously create a certain effect from the spark, let's say. Like, what if we had...
If you look at the distributor cap of your car, that's the whole point of the distributor cap, is to allow a spark to jump from your rotor to your cap. There's a little teeny tiny gap between the two, and as it passes by, the current shoots through, which creates a massive voltage spike, way more than your coil is going to produce, which actually is the trigger. That's the breakdown voltage of your spark plug. And then that breakdown voltage, because it's in 5 figures, 10,000, 20,000 volts, easy, 30,000 even on some of the other stuff. It breaks down that the air gap, creating the initial path so that the rest of the current can pass through it. That's why you have to have that spark gap in those systems. And with the HEI, when you go to an electronic ignition, you notice that their energy levels are dramatically higher than a coil and point system, because they have to have that extra energy just to break down that the initial resistance in the spark gap of your plug.
Yeah, the gaps are wider too, so they require more energy.
A system like a distributor cap, which is intended to create a spark gap. So you got your commutator, you got your rotor spinning around, your commutator is stationary. That'd probably work, sure, and you could tune it just by the speed of your rotor.
Can I break in here, Rick?
Sure.
It's Bob from New Zealand.
Okay.
Talking about the spark gaps, and that the spark gap or sparking will create a multiple wave oscillator, and that's used, like Lukovsky in the multiple wave oscillator uses a spark gap to generate multiple frequencies for their machine. The only problem with that, and anything that we do today, it creates such a noise effect.
Yes, it wipes out all the local stuff. Yeah, okay. That's probably why the Tesla system initially wasn't well received, so to speak, because I think that would have also wiped out all the other plans of other types of use of the electricity for various devices and so on that got planned along the way. And then
Yeah, it'd be
Tesla
pretty
had
easy to
this,
get around. Just put the whole system in a good grounded Faraday cage, and it wouldn't affect anybody outside of that system. So,
possibly, yeah.
well, unless you're working with really high energies, and then you're dealing with microwaves. You're up. Well, it's white noise, so you're getting anything from basically DC to daylight as far as RF goes.
Yeah, that's right. It's quite
Pretty
amazing, the broad
much.
spectrum. Quite useful in many ways. Um,
Yeah.
we had a question or a comment from Jay earlier, and I know he wanted to address this, so let's sort of have a look at it. He says, hello group, I have a question. In thinking of a propulsion system in my head, is there a way to project a magnetic field from point A to a point B, but have nothing in between? I'm thinking of an induction coil, that I'm thinking about how creating a field in front of my induction coil a few meters away, then powering up my induction coil and being attracted to the point B field just in time before it would decay. Then by that time I would have projected another point B field ahead of time and attract to it, and so on and so on. How would I project the point B field? To describe my idea, would look a bit like a carrot and a stick to a donkey. Is it a silly idea? Well, the carrot method works for a donkey, so
Well,
in a way,
that's essentially what Mr. Keshe was describing for the flight system, except that instead of creating a field and then being drawn towards the field you've created, you're simply creating a field that wants to be somewhere else. You make it so, if you set up your field so that it's in balance 5 feet off the moon, you will be 5 feet off the moon.
right, but then we also have the other fields that need to be projected, I guess you might say, as the protective fields at the same time. So there seems to be both propulsion and protection involved. Maybe they're two separate issues. Maybe they're both combined if in an ideal situation. If they're combined,
Well,
like
the
like
Gans balls that have disappeared and have gone through walls, I guess the propulsion, you could probably chalk that up to centrifugal force when they come apart, but they have the protective field around it because they went right through matter, wound up on the other side of a drywall wall. 2 layers of drywall and some studs and maybe some insulation, and there's no hole in the wall.
right.
So
Okay,
just
well,
having the field seems to be enough.
Well, and every field has multiple layers. So you have one layer on the outside, say, that's tuned to 5 feet off the moon, but the inner layers are the ones that are protecting you, something along those lines. You always have multiple layers. So
Yeah, I don't think it would be possible to have a mono field.
And Kesh has talked, and others have talked about having the field extending out kilometers in front of the craft in order to form that protective barrier for incoming particles and so on, which would either be repelled or absorbed by the field.
Yeah, yeah, I think with what we've seen happen with the Gans balls that go through the wall, we're looking more at just being in a different parameter of space than the particle. So they could exist in the same place at the same time. They wouldn't interact with one another, just like the Gans ball going through Douglas's wall. Yeah, that's because when we were first talking about this, what was that, a year and a half ago, the first thing that came to my mind is, okay, great, we can do Mach 30 in the atmosphere anywhere on the planet in 15 minutes. That's awesome. What happens if the duck gets in the way? That duck's going to have
Right,
a bad day.
right. Or there was another question: what if you're exiting from a water environment or a land environment into the air, and there happens to be a polar bear on the water, ice, or surface that you're exiting from into the air. Does the polar bear get annihilated or moved out of the way, or maybe just totally doesn't interact with those matter level things?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
like
I think that's it right there. The same as the ball going through the wall. You know, you're not going to interact with it at your fields. There's another thing also. You know, when Mr. Keshe explained how the human body is, it's a sphere, but we've sliced open some of the layers and bent it down so that we have the fields, you know, of our body. So you can, well, I don't know how to do this, but in principle, you can direct the shape of your craft, of the fields, to make it, you know, a sphere, or the modern spaceship with a dome, or, you know, a point, or a human body, or whatever. It's really somehow adjusting the layers of those fields in different ways. And so you have that as well.
mm-hmm.
Interesting to me.
Yep. And, you know, in Star Trek parlance, it would be you create a warp bubble that pulls you out of normal space. So you simply wouldn't, you know, you couldn't have a collision. The two bodies would be in you know, I don't want to use the term different dimensions, but that's understandable that way. They just go right through each other. They wouldn't even interact.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the idea. Yeah.
It's probably the wrong words, but it's the right concept, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I think so too.
As Ron mentions in the chat, the universes are multi-dimensional.
Well, certainly. But I think the people that have been working with that technology the most in the last 10 years have been the Iranians, and they are very tight-lipped. They will not talk about it. But it would be really nice to be able to talk to one of the engineers that are actually doing the flying, because they've got the crafts already, and they're all over the planet with them.
Well, the point by Keith in the chat is, well, what we perceive as solid matter is actually full of space, which is true. When you come right down to the atomic level, there's an electron here, and way over the other side of the room, there's the central nucleus of whatever particular atom that happens to be. And in between is this huge space gap that if we were inside that atom, we would think, whoa, there's the moon way out there and the earth here, and space in between this huge space. Wow.
Yep,
how could you ever even hit an atom? There's so much space. So why does an atom even show up? It's just all space and hardly anything to it. And even the to it part is just interacting fields. There's no real particles out there.
That's right.
Gets even
atomic structure
scarier.
is pretty much analogous and proportionate to the universal structure. You know, when I was young,
you mean the distances between like the sun and Earth and those kind of distances? Like, is that what you mean?
It occurred to me when I was, it must have been like 8 or 9 years old, and we were just starting to study atomic physics in school, that our solar system is an atom. The sun is the nucleus, the sun is the proton, all of the 9 planets are the electrons. It's exactly the same structure. The proportions are the same. It's right there. So yeah, like Nassim Haramein, his math shows that matter is 99.99999% space. 1/1,000,000th of 1% of you is actually stuff. But with the plasma physics, we are realizing there is no stuff.
Yeah, and even the scientists, the regular scientists, say that 99.98% of the universe is plasma to start with, and it's only the 0.02% that's matter. And like you're just saying, they concede that even the 0.02% matter is not really matter. It's basically all space.
Yep. I mean,
so scientists have finally admitted that space is really all space.
Yep. I brought this up to a number of people.
Hundreds of years of testing and observation. scientists have finally come to the conclusion that space is space, and so is matter.
Yep.
That's the end of the matter.
People talk to about this. The matter that we see, your mouse, your table, the microphone, whatever, it's only a table because that's what you perceive the fields to be. And the only reason why you can't go through the table is because it's incompatible fields to your fingers.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And
which is why if you were to make your fields compatible, you go right through the table.
Well, that's right. I was part of a group experiment once back in the 80s where the group in the room was went through a process where we got into a certain state, and the person that was teaching this group indicated, okay, now try to put your hand through, or not try, just put your hand through the table. And people all, tried to do this. And of course, most were not successful, but some said that they felt and knew that their hand went right through the table. Okay. Because they were in the state of being in their essence self, in their plasmatic state. And to the plasmatic state, the solid table's no big deal. It goes right through, same as, spirits go through walls and that kind of stuff. And none of the solid, what we consider there are solid, so precious solid matter level stuff is nothing to the spiritual state, which can move freely through such things.
And the coolest thing about this is we've got now in your face non-woo-woo or examples of this. Not very many, mind you. There's only been a couple. But Douglas, there's a wall, there's a closed door, and he finds the ball on the other side of the wall. The cat didn't take it in there.
Yeah. And there's another thing. If you think about it as magnetic fields, the table, the reason you can't put your finger through the table like now is because there's a Coulomb barrier there, and there's a Coulomb barrier with your finger, and the magnet's pushing, the magnetic fields are pushing each other away. Mm-hmm. If you had control of the fields of your body, then you could, it's a lack of control, not
that's right.
Simple as that.
Let me repeat that for live stream, because I had my live stream speaker off, unfortunately, for that eloquent thing off again. Why did that happen? Yeah, I'm trying to keep the microphone on live stream. I hope it stays on there. I think it went off by itself. In any case, the idea was an experiment. You can try to get yourself into a state where you're in your essence self or spiritual state rather than identified with the physical body, and that it may be possible to place your hand right through a table because your hand is not your physicality hand, but your spiritual hand that's moving through, which can easily move through matter, was the point that I was trying to elucidate there. Okay, that was just for the folks on live stream. Sorry about that. I'll try to pay more attention to microphone etiquette.
Yeah, folks, go get the recording when it's available and listen to it, because it's very, very cool.
Okay, so
can we just say simply where your resonance aligns with the resonance vibrations of the table, then perhaps the table, and then you can go through the table with that?
No, I think it's at a whole different level. I don't think we resonate with the table. I think we have to go to a higher level than the table, where it's a finer division, you might say. We don't interact with the the table has its own resonance, and the resonance of the spiritual self, or the part that might be able to exist in space without the physicality, exists on a different level. It doesn't need any of the physical stuff. It may not even be able to see some of the physical stuff in a way. So
yeah, I think if you match the resonance of the table, you would become wood.
Good.
Or you would perceive yourself as wood.
Okay.
Or bakelite or whatever.
Well, yeah. And I'm wondering, well, you know, I do think also of the idea that one can become like something in order to interact with it as well. So, I mean, there's that part of it.
That leads me to think that, you know, a table will go through a table.
Well,
because they're
a knife can go through a table. I mean, a strong, you know,
a little
knife
different
of
than
some
what we're
sort.
talking about, Rick.
Well, I mean, it's still it shows the cells can be divided, one, or not the cells, but the molecules, the atoms can be divided, or they can be passed through. So this is like the one way is very intrusional, using a hammer to smash the table, or you know, a saw, or you know, it's generally a very loud and destructive process. The passing through of the table with one's hand in a manner that doesn't interact, that's totally silent, and without, there might be some sensation involved, but it wouldn't necessarily be a painful or other means of, you know, that kind of sensation.
Yeah, I think the thought behind matching the resonance of the table is incorrect. I think you need to adjust the thinking to go to a compatibility with the table.
Yeah.
Because if, like I said, if you match the resonance of the table, you're going to perceive your hand as a piece of wood, because it's going to be the same. You know, your perceptions are going to pick it up the same way.
So what would you be able to perceive yourself to be able to pass through the wood, like invisible or
Pure energy.
pure energy? Okay.
Just simply plasmatic fields. Like we were discussing earlier, matter is simply a perception. It's the stuff isn't there. All it is a collection of fields where the Coulomb barrier we perceive with our tools to be something solid, whereas it's not solid. It's just a collection of fields.
So you're saying you're perceiving all this while the wood is in a 3D state, but when you're perceiving everything, you'll be able to see the wood in another state.
Well, the wood is in another state. We're simply perceiving it as a solid.
And yeah, sure, yes.
Okay.
Right, and that's exactly due to our perceptions, which our perceptions we so much rely on, which actually lie to us, though, because none of our perceptions are truly in the moment. Not your eyes, not your nose, not your taste, not your touch. None of them are in the moment. They're always once removed. They're always a little bit delay because of the nervous system, because of the interaction with the brain, and all this stuff. But to the essential self, it's all real time, right now. Poof! There's nothing else but the fields that are involved in that moment. The feelings of those fields essentially are the, you know, it's all you can attend to because it's so intense.
When you talk about all this, it reminds me of not the things that we have learned so far, because they all represent the past, but it is the intention that represent the now, and the creativity, and the unknownness of the future, and so therefore the intention is just like, just without being suppressed by any other person. You're just doing it, and feeling the now, and you become very creative, I can just move on.
Right, and people that are able to do that and exist in that now can sometimes pull off what we call superhuman, you know, acts, you might say, or they seem to have superhuman facilities and so on. People that are totally dedicated to their music or to their engineering or to their, you know, family or whatever. It's like this total love energy comes out, and that's what powers that state. So that's a totally different frequency is one way to look at it. But it's
Yeah,
So
like,
it's like, is that
it's a different
a little
octave. Octaves, I think, are a great way to look at it in the terms of musical octaves. You have, you know, you could say that the matter level, the stuff, the table, is of a certain octave range. Okay?
Yeah.
And if we are within that octave range, then yes, the table is solid, my head's solid, everything's solid, everything you see around here. You knock on it, it feels solid, it's got substance, it's all has tangibility in this solidness octave realm. But if I was to put myself into a different state where that solidness realm became more sort of ethereal, there's ways of doing it where you can direct your attention in certain ways to include peripheral vision in your entire field of vision and take in the entire field rather than focusing on one particular item in the field and become more of a diffused vision. Some shamans might call it going slanty-eyed or something like that.
absolutely,
And you can get into
absolutely.
a state where you're no longer you're still in the physical realm in a sense, but no longer identified with it. The attention is no longer rooted and identified in that realm. And that's where the problem comes in, because we identify, we get born into this lifetime, and right away we get identified with stuff. Our focus of our attention gets put on things, gets attracted to things or repelled from things. And we start to form these opinions and ideas that, you know, from our sense of touch and from our impressions of these eye orbs and the nose orb and the mouth and everything. And, you know, first thing we do when we're a little baby is stick something in our mouth to see if it's good or bad. And, oh, I didn't like that. Or, oh, yeah, I want more of that. And it's, we start feeding that desire. And that starts building up this impression of things around us, that this stuff is solid and so on and so forth. But we don't need to stay at that physical level of reacting to our environment and just using our senses as a way to feed our mouth, essentially, is what it amounts to eventually, through, you know, one means or another, for our survival. But
we've had a number of examples over the years, not so much lately, but you know, the 70s. I remember a number of these stories come out in the 70s where a little 110-pound mom forgot the car weighs 2 tons when it's sitting on their kid, and she just picks the car up and pulls her kid out. Forgets she can do it. Totally in the moment, just got to do it, and she does it.
Yep, and that can be trained to tie into that energy as well, which certain monks and so on might do if they're into the physical realm, you know, showing of the spiritual strengths in the physical realm, for example. And the same thing can be done on the emotional realm and on the mental realm, as far as using that kind of energy to do things that we wouldn't consider possible.
There's another thing about our perceptions. If you think about it, all of the 5 senses are actually taking reflections of the reality around us, of the plasma fields, and entering our eyes from the outside in, entering our ears from the outside in. They're the shadows on the wall of the Plato's allegory. We're seeing reflections of everything. We're not actually seeing them unless you can see from the inside out, which that's what the shamans, I think, are doing. That's outer body experiences many people have done. Zane was saying he was laying on the bed and had his eyes closed and he could see the whole room and everything. He was, that kind of thing. And we're seeing everything from outside in. We're seeing reflections. And that's how we're reacting.
That's right. Yeah, we're trained, our attention is trained to go from, to go on to stuff, basically. Watch this, buy this, do this, go here, do this. And we're told through subtle ways to how to go about our lives. And when we don't have that, we think, oh, I'm bored. I'm suddenly bored because I'm not having all this stuff telling me what to do.
Mr. Keshe said that the babies interact with each other and stuff, and it's like we learn. I mean, we literally start out probably seeing and sensing the world from the inside out, and we get trained to do it the other way around for hunting or whatever, But yeah, I mean, apparently we start out right, and then we get messed up later or something. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a journey to try to recover, or I guess recover is a good way to say it. To uncover, you might say, to uncover our processes that have gotten tied up in that whole mess, essentially, of our attention being drawn into things. We have to reclaim our attention to bring it back to ourselves in a way that we can use it, because the main tool of the essential self is attention. It doesn't have a lot of other tools. It doesn't have all the faculties of the physical self. It only has presence, its simple presence, and attention as its two main tools. So if we think of it that way, then to the essential self, or to the plasmatic self, what I call the plasmatic self, it doesn't have a lot of complexity to interpret things and compare this to that and so on and so forth. It just uses simple presence. It's present in the present, and it uses attention in different ways than the physicality does. The physicality uses attention to try to get stuff and to accumulate and protect and buffer and fight for this and that and reason this and so on. It has all of its buffers and different layerings and so on. The essential self is just present, and it sees things as they are. It sees the fields and the interactions. It has a capability of seeing that in different ways according to its fine-tuning of attention. And it gets back to these octaves again. So we're back to this idea of everything in this particular, say we're looking at things in the physicality realm, from the physicality realm, then yes, it's hard. Everything is hard and has a you can knock on it, and if you can knock on it, it's real. If you can bump into it, it's real. And there's something to that. But on the other hand, if we can focus our attention in a different way, we might be able to see fields within this environment that are not of the physicality. And those might be plasmatic fields, because we know the plasmatic fields are the in-between fields. They're in between the physical and the non-tangible, the voidness that's just not able to be perceived or in any manner. So it's like a go-between for us. If we can get into certain states, that we're able to perhaps be able to see the flow of fields more easily in these states, because we're more susceptible to that. We're open to that possibility in a way that we're not by being trained about electrons, and that this is a particle, and so on and so forth. That whole thing that we talked about earlier. It's easy to get whitewashed into that and actually believe that those realms are true. And if you buy into that, then you buy into electronics, into electrical theory, and you would never believe that a Magrav would work because it doesn't hook up to anything normal. It uses burnt wiring to start with, to begin with. And if you're an electrician or electronics whiz, you would just shake your head and go, this is a nightmare. You can't do that. You'll just burn up your stuff. It doesn't work. But we've shown that it works, and it can work very effectively in many circumstances. It's a little dicey and tricky to dial in at times, and as we find out, but we're learning more and more about this, and there's definitely such a movement across the entire world that's totally involved with this technology and making magravs and so on. If there wasn't anything there, people would have got bored with this a long time ago. But they're getting great results. They're getting all kinds of interesting things happening. And the most interesting things are the changes going on inside themselves, which is, I get, let me just briefly talk about something that came up last week. I showed a picture that came from this lady Nadine that lives nearby here, a couple hours away up in Courtenay in Vancouver Island, near Courtenay. And we showed that drawing, and we all commented on it to try to help her with her I wonder if I have that handy here. I don't think I do actually. Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'll just throw that on briefly because I want to talk about this for a few minutes. Just share. There we go. Okay, this was the picture that we showed last week, and we kind of went through it and tried to diagnose what the problem could be in her Gans production. We could see some different issues here and so on and so forth. And so that was all good, and that was quite helpful and all that. And partway through toward the end of the discussion, it came up that this person really needed help right away. That's why they were asking for help to try to create the Gans to help save their own life, essentially, and engage into the plasmatic healing process. So we were all trying to help her and so on. So this person in the live stream started putting some comments in, and said that she lived in this area too, and she was willing to go and help this person. So basically I hooked them up together, and there was a comment in the live stream from last week, is where does she live? I will help her on Friday. This was on Wednesday morning. And I live on Liskidi Island. I will drive to Courtenay Friday to help her. Right in the live stream, I thought, wow, this is incredible that somebody is responding to this person that's in need. Now here's someone that's a total stranger to me. I don't know this person in the photograph, even though they're a local person or whatever. It's somebody that needs help, and they appealed to me through an email, and I had no idea. I just had a picture and their name, and their a bit about their condition and so on. And here it is, this other total stranger in live stream, who's also local to me, ends up responding to the other stranger, and it actually worked out just amazingly well. She went over to her home and brought the Ganses, brought nano-materials, showed Nadine, the person, how to create the nanomaterials properly, how she could make her own plates, re-nanocoat them, and get that process started. Started 4 different Gans productions with her, and they started producing the CH3 Gans before she even left the place, and they were actually starting to produce that. And after she got home, she found out that the CO2 Gans was in full production, and that was coming along great, and so on. So there's this beautiful transaction that occurred that both parties involved are so grateful for the experience. And I am so grateful for the experience. So there's like the three parties involved, and others peripherally involved as well. The sister was there that also, was fully in agreement. These people have been fully enmeshed in the Keshe technology for the last couple of months, trying to absorb as much of the information as possible. And this all brought it together in such a beautiful, magical way that I can barely believe that it's happened. So I just use first names. I'm extremely thankful and full of gratitude for the act of kindness of Nikki from the Skeety, and for helping Nadine and helping me basically to help pull this together. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have the time and energy, and just broken one of my knees and couldn't travel anyways to go and help this person. So she just came right in, and it just flowed like plasma should flow. I think it just seemed it just all came together really, really well, so far as I know. And she's going to go back again, I understand, for another for the next step, and so on and so forth. So what an act of compassion and trust, and so on. I'm just blown away, and I just wanted to pass that on to people, that things like this happen
Amazing.
occasionally, and it is amazing. It's just wonderful.
So good.
I know that you can multiply that times thousands occurring over the planet now, with so many people involved with the Keshe Foundation and other, what's called this new plasma technology. Let me show you a poster that's come up recently. There's going to be workshops happening on the West Coast.
Oh, please.
And,
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, she's amazing.
let me see here. Get this lined up. It's called Many Hands for Peace. And it's got to do with Carrie Ellis and Whitney Fisher, who are the co-founders of this Many Hands for Peace. And it's called the 21st Century Superhuman Tour. It's 21stcenturysuperhuman.com is their website, as well as the www.manyhands4peace.org, as you can see on the picture there. But they're putting together these new plasma energy healing tools and power devices workshop. So the idea is it's a combination of the Keshe technology and some of the stuff from I think Mike Najaf and others. They sort of combine some of the technologies, and they also talk about things like disaster relief and cleanup, ecological cleanup, and about abundance and the whole thing. It's a complete 3-part workshop basically, and starts out with a slideshow, what is plasma energy and so on and so forth, and then the plasma tech basics, where you make health pads and pens to take home and so on, and then there's a potluck, and then there's a part 3 learn to build the actual power devices and so on, the Magravs, and you complete it at home is the way I understand that particular one. And they have a certain range of suggested payments for the different parts of the workshop and so on.
Yeah, the girls will be at my house next week, either Tuesday or Wednesday. If they get here Tuesday before the next plasma group, I'll definitely tie them up and keep them in the living room here, and we can actually talk to them.
Sounds pretty crazy. I understand they might be coming to Vancouver Island too. I'm not sure. I think it's going to be in the first week of within a week, 2 weeks from now, or something like that.
This one for Vancouver is, I believe, the 8th or 9th. Don't quote me.
Yes.
Should be on there somewhere. And then they are planning a trip over to the island to do another workshop on the island.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I think that's going to be before the Vancouver one because they have a lot going on after the Vancouver. So I think it's going to be. I'll get more confirmation on that and post some things in my Facebook and other places to get the actual dates together.
It's a day's drive from my place to Vancouver. So if they're going to do that, I hope to get here early.
Yeah, that's the thing, and it's another day getting over to Vancouver Island and back too, because that's a big excursion on the ferry and whatnot. So there's a bit of loose ends, but suffice to say that the workshops are starting to happen. I'm planning to have lots more workshops local to Vancouver Island, as well as all across Canada. Basically, as we're going to be trying to get as many workshops as happening to get this information out to people. And I want to get one going in the Toronto area, so just so people know. I know quite a few people there that will be interested in partaking of a workshop or helping with a workshop. And that's part of it, is to participate in either as a learner or as a teacher, or preferably as both, because that's what it ends up being anyway most of the time. As John was saying earlier, you have to keep your options open as far as this plasma stuff, because it changes so quickly at times that the terminology and so on and has to be correct. So yeah, that's a great thing. I'm really looking forward to meeting these people. They seem to be doing really good work. They went to the what do you call it, the demonstration, or the sit-in, I guess you might call it, at for the pipeline protest in, where was it again? Rock, not Little Rock, but something Rock, in Missouri, I believe. Anybody know the detail on that?
It's North Dakota.
And what was the name of the gathering?
The state is North Dakota.
Yeah, what was the name of the gathering though? With the natives?
I don't know. I do not know.
If I had there, just a second here, let me get something up.
I just want to say, add something. 21st Century Superhuman.com is a big supporter of the plasma technology, and the lady and the Carrie, she's a wonderful person, and she supports in every occasion and every opportunity the plasma technology ever and ever again. And she's done many interviews. Mr. John here, he's done an interview there. I watched it, and you can subscribe it on YouTube, and just watch it and follow it. It's brilliant. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Carrie's she's getting it down pretty good. I started working with her, must have been about 5 or 6 months ago. Taught her to do nanocoating and making Gans, and she went absolutely crazy with it. And as soon as she felt the energy, she just fell in love with it, and has been going full great guns ever since. And Whitney is amazing. Her workmanship is phenomenal, and she's got a very, very solid grasp and a very interesting point of view on this stuff. I hope they do get here on Tuesday, because it would be nice to have them on the show and
Wonderful.
get their perspective on some of this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, we have to try to nail them down to as many workshops as we can get out of them while they're in the area, basically. And then we have to learn from what they do in their workshops to create other workshops from with maybe a little more of a Keshe orientation. Um, Not sure how that looks yet. We have to be a little careful with inserting the Keshe name into everything and so on. So we have to present these workshops in a certain standard format, you might say. And
Yeah.
that's
Oh, I was going to
still
ask you,
being
Rick.
worked out.
When they're on the island, they're going to need a place to crash overnight. They're camping, so all they need is just a corner of a lot somewhere where they can stick a tent. And
I've already got a tent set up on my property here that hasn't been used in a few months, actually. And
yeah, well, I know you're out of town, and it's kind of quiet where you're at, so that would be a good spot for if you're open to it. I'll let
yep,
Carrie know.
yep, they'll be welcome here. There might be other spots that'll be even more appropriate. I'm not clear yet, and we need to find a place too that can take 12 to 20 people for a workshop space. I think my place might be overwhelmed for that much, and I want something a little closer to town as well, to the one of 2 or 3 towns at least.
Okay.
So yeah, there's still some details to be worked out, and that is one thing. If someone does have a venue that they and some contacts and whatnot, that it looks like a good place that they could operate from, I think they're going to be in a place in Parksville, which is about an hour's drive, an hour and a half or something from where I live. In Parksville, I believe they have a place set up to as a venue, and so we'll be looking at possible other places. Possibly Courtney, possibly Victoria would definitely be a good place if we can present something in Victoria. Otherwise, the Souk area and so on, all in the local area here. And of course, the Vancouver, it will be a big one, I'm sure. And yeah. So I just wish we had a little more time to promote and so on, but sometimes these things have to be just done on the spur of the moment and go with it, you know. So very interesting. It's great fun and great learning opportunity. So I'm going to be telling all my friends, please attend if you can and learn about this technology, because this could get us through a survival situation. Essentially, it could get us through a crunch, and it can get us into a new cultural environment in an elegant way, I believe. We all had energy in our own homes and not relying on the grid. We're no longer worried about the grid being taken down and that kind of thing. And if we all have a emergency food supply and can grow super big, wonderful food with this technology and so on, we have a lot of things going for us. Water purification and all that. So that's just the beginning. Just the beginning. I see Elon Musk is tempting us again with his announcement today. He wants to bring people to Mars a decade before NASA is planning to. So he's moving fast to get to Mars, and I think he's still using the wrong technology, but he wants to fly people with rockets up to 100 people at a time in a spacecraft to Mars. So
It's like what? It's 5 month trip, one way.
yeah, right.
How do you get there with the rocket?
Well, you
Well,
coast most of the way. Once you get the rocket up to speed and you're out of the gravitational field of the planet, you'll just coast most of the way.
yeah, it's just it takes so much fuel to get to that point of coasting, basically, that it's incredible. So, but he's an engineer. He really has the technology down. He's got 3D printed rocket motors now that he's test fired, and they work excellently, better than the NASA design because it's 3D printed instead of welded together like the NASA ones. And so the welds aren't defective and so on from the heat and all that. It's all one substance and so on. And he's really got it together in terms of that's where he wants to retire when he retires. He wants to retire on Mars. Get that, eh? So he's got the right idea, but he's just got the wrong technology. And I'm really hoping that Elon Musk will adopt and take on the Keshe technology and eventually develop it to sort of take it on as his baby, because I think that's one person that on the planet that I trust more than most, at least, to adopt the technologies. I mean, his Tesla, he's the same CEO, that's SpaceX I'm talking about. He's the CEO for SpaceX, which is the first private contractor to shoot stuff up to the space station. And he's also the CEO of the Tesla car company, which has got the highest quality cars ever tested by Consumer Reports. I mean, his cars test so well that they broke the roof crushing machine in the testing. I mean, this is an electric car that is the quickest vehicle in the world. The production vehicle, that is. 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds. You know, this is outrageous. And I think it's great. So may the electric technology take over and be a go-between for the plasma technology, which is shortly following. As soon as they are able to have self-driving cars, it'll be a no-brainer to have self-driving plasma vehicles that can travel in 3 dimensions instead of the 2 dimensions like cars. And that way we'll have the freedom, but also the control over that system so that cars aren't smashing into each other. Already the primitive automatic driving cars that we have shown to have a 50 to 70% reduction in accidents compared to humans. And they're just, primitive with the systems so far, but they're improving them rapidly every day, literally. And soon they'll be so much more improved than the human drivers that the insurance companies will no longer want to insure human drivers. And it will literally cost you more for your car insurance to drive the cars yourself. And that'll be the way of the future when everybody, kids today already, they mostly don't even want to drive. Most of them don't want to be bothered with getting a car and learning how to drive and so on. They'd rather just jump in something and keep playing their games on their iPhone as they, whip through space and so on to their next destination. So I think this is the way of the future, and it'll all be electronically or plasmatically, let's say, controlled, because we can already do so. We've proven it, and it'll just get better and better, especially if we move to plasmatic systems that'll have less issues with reliability and so on. Anyway.
Isn't he using Keshe technology for those batteries for his cars?
Well, he's using laptop cells, laptop batteries, basically in the cars. I don't know if that's Keshe technology or not. His batteries have like 6,000 to 7,000 laptop cells in each battery, and that's what composes the battery. They're all hooked together in a network in series, essentially, in series parallel circuits to give this enormous power to up to 700 horsepower to these dual motors in the new Tesla cars. So I don't know. I think maybe there are parts of that technology that may be inspired by the Keshe technology, quite possibly.
I thought Mr. Keshe said that before he came out with that he came and checked out the Keshe technology and stuff, and that Mr. Keshe was saying that he should tell people where he got that stuff from. And there's why I'm saying that is because I was hearing an advertisement for Tesla cars, and one part of it is the guy says, when I get in my car and I drive it, I feel better. My emotions feel better, and my pain is relieved and things like that. So I don't know what's going on there, but it struck me when I heard that part of the advertisement for his cars.
Well, it's a good point. People definitely feel better in a Tesla car. I mean, you're in the safest vehicle in the world, number one. Number two, you have zero noise from, noisy engines and stuff like that. You have zero fumes from noisy engines. You have the most advanced air filter system in the world. You can put it literally in the most contaminated environment, and it's got a triple HEPA filter deal that gives you plain, fresh, clean air inside through the filtering system without any particles and other stuff that might get involved and so on. They did a test recently. They put the whole car in a smoke chamber and had people inside of it that weren't affected at all by all the toxic smoke they were pouring into the chamber.
Very interesting.
So this is the standard of where it's going in the future, is having people safe and secure. I mean, as safe as you can in this crazy world where things can come out of left field unexpectedly somehow. I mean, there was somebody in a Tesla car that managed to smack into a tractor trailer that was crossing a highway when they're on the automated control system, but you're not supposed to be not paying attention to the road at the same time with those systems.
Yeah.
They have certain flaws, such as when a semi crosses the road in front of you, it doesn't necessarily respond properly.
Yeah, there was a bit of an accident. I live in California, and there was a really interesting accident. The guy was posting himself on YouTube or Facebook, whatever, and just like sleeping in his car, Tesla car, and then the couple of weeks later, as he was coming back from his work or in a rush hour, and the horizon was being picked up wrongly.
The sun was in a certain direction and so on with the video camera.
That's right. But I just wanted to say, it's in our life. I see at least 4 or 5 Tesla cars every day, and in California, people put new technologies in their lives immediately, and they understand it, they realize it, and they just get it, and all the services are available, and it's just amazing. And I'm dreaming about this for our technology, for plasma technology.
Well, it's a good example. It's a good example of how to market things, and so I mean, Tesla took the marketing engineer from Apple Computer, the person that put together the Apple stores, and stole them from Apple, and he became the main marketing manager for Tesla. And that's how they set up their Tesla sales, is similar
Wow,
to
I
the
didn't
Apple
know that.
stores. And so everything is, this friendly kind of very professional, but friendly and accessible. You can select the options on your car on this big screen, and you see the colors changing and all this stuff. See what your vehicle is going to look like and all this kind of thing. They've made it into a user-friendly experience, and that's freaked out the regular salesmen for automobiles, and they've been strictly against Tesla in virtually every state and tried to block the Tesla car company in many of the states because they have a different way of doing it that was making sales when the regular guys couldn't with their showroom ancient showroom technology. So I think that this forward way of thinking, with similar to the Tesla car company and the SpaceX as well, is what is required in the Keshe Foundation way of moving forward. We need to find a way to get more professional, I suppose, and get more engineering behind things so that we can move forward faster and easier into the next stage, and have some control over that before it gets out of hand with others that take on certain parts of this technology. So interesting. We definitely live in interesting times right now. It's just amazing, all the things coming together.
Very popular in California at the moment.
I'm really happy to see that happen. I pushed for years before I got involved with the Keshe Foundation to make the Tesla name. My goal was to make the name Tesla a common household name. That was my main goal for several years. And I experimented with the Tesla turbine and other Tesla things and so on, and I actually was on the cusp of some really great stuff with that. But then I saw the Tesla car company start up and this Elon Musk guy, and all of a sudden the Tesla name did start to become a household name. I mean, at one point on the internet, if you put in the name Tesla, you would get many of my YouTube videos would come up because they were quite popular and it had the name Tesla in them, and they just popped up. And so
one of the first names you are.
Yeah, so but now I'm way at the bottom of the list because of this Tesla car company. And I am happy because that means that the Tesla name got into the household. Everybody knows about Tesla, and they start to learn about this story of who is this Tesla guy and what the struggles he went through and the wonderful things he did and his wonderful inventions and so on. And gee, how come we're not seeing them now? And the story behind how it was suppressed and different, deals are going on, and why the world is not the miraculous place that he thought it was going to be at that time, and so on, and how he got heavily involved with the oil industry and the burning of fuels, and
what you see
all
now
that.
in the school books, like why is he not being recognized somehow?
Well, yeah, and who bought and ran the school book business? Not Tesla. Look for his competitor, though.
Yeah.
Now, but look, here you are doing it again for Keshe. Right? Making it a household name.
Well, yes, that's right. That's right. And I'm determined to make that happen. And boy, is it ever happening now. It's gone from you know, a few weirdos doing our reactors, you know, and just all this kind of stuff, to a few weirdos plus millions of people out there that are starting to do it hands-on themselves. This is amazing to me that there's so many women are involved in this, for example. Grandmothers and you know, lots of older people just getting right into this. They pick it up quickly. Like John was just saying, you know, it's like you show, they don't have to be old people. I'm not saying old people at all, but, and not just women, but people in general. But I'm amazed that so many females are getting into it, because traditionally in hands-on stuff, there's been less interest in women. It's been more and more in the maker community, they call it, in the last few years. But still, you know, it's basically it's not as many as the men. So the whole thing about that is this plasma technology is different in that they just seem to pick it up quickly. They have the intuition, and a lot of it is intuitive. And all of a sudden, like John was saying, you just mention an idea to them, and they pick right up on it, and they run with it, you know, and pick up on it much faster, perhaps, than some of the men would, which men traditionally be a little more on the physical side of things. You think of things, you know, in terms of building blocks or something, where the women tend to think of things as more holistic and inclusive means, and bringing people in to help problem solving, whereas the man might try to knock at it by himself and keep going at it until it's done or whatever. Women will just bring in their team and do it all just immediately, rather than wait, you know, and this kind of thing. So in any case, it's just amazing to see the grassroots response, where people are just taking it and running with it. The healing aspect, the creating of energy, and savings of energy, and so on. The creating new materials, and you know, it's incredible the efforts that are being put forth by people, and they're not doing it just out of rote. They're not doing it because, oh, I heard that you can make a healing pad or something. It's because they have some understanding of the plasma technology. They have an understanding that that this is really something big. It's not just a healing pad. It's not just a Magrav unit. It's not like something you go to Canadian Tire and just buy something and you take it home and use it. This is different. Involves people's emotions. It involves actually working with all of the centers, in terms of you have to work with your hands. You learn to work with your hands, to manipulate the wires, to manipulate different connections, and so on. That's a real learning curve for many people that may not have used their hands. But, you know, to many ladies, they might have been knitting through their life like my mother did, and she was really good with her hands. She could do all kinds of manual dexterity things, not just from knitting, but the knitting helped because it built up lots of muscles and the ability just to use your hands. But with this technology, it's hands-on, but it's also, you have to use your mind. You have to use your thoughts. You have to think about what you're doing and have an understanding about what you're doing, not just do it by rote. Otherwise, you will probably make a mistake if you just do it by rote, because you'll think that if it works here, it should work there, but it may not, because the conditions are different, or the environment's different, or the person's different. And so different aspects get involved with your thoughts, and you have to keep your thoughts relatively pure in terms of what you think might get put into your your coils or other things that you're creating. So the mental process, the physical process, and also we have this emotional thing which enters into it big time, which normally if you're constructing things as a a tinkerer, person that's a mechanic or fabricator or something, you're thinking about it, you're working with it in different ways. How can I change this angle and grind this off and do this and that to fix that and make this look good, and so on and so forth. It's not as much of an emotional interaction with standard sort of procedures that way. You think about it, you do it, and so on. It's not so much entering into the emotional part of it. That's more of an artistic end of it. The artist or the sculptor might enter into more of the emotion, but still it's a mental process. You still have to think about all the processes you're using, whether to use this sandpaper, that sandpaper, and so on and so forth, all these decisions along the way. But with the plasma technology, you use those things, but also this feeling thing enters into it, and that becomes important, and becomes more important the more in depth you go into this technology. Whereas it's the actual feeling that ends up, powering your own personal spaceship, and possibly getting into space from those emotions, from working with emotions, from both working to bypass certain emotions that the human physicality might have, but also to engage in other types of emotion or feelings that might be involved on a spiritual level, and so on.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
I'm sorry, John, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, one of the things that I've noticed teaching the women, I teach a lot of women about this technology. At the very beginning, they're very reluctant. I can't do that. I'm not good with my hands. I don't know how to run a pair of pliers. It's fully understandable. They probably never had experienced that before. But once I get them to the point where they can hold the concentrated plasma in their hands, either as Gans or a pain pen, anything like that, they just get it. As soon as they feel that plasma, they're immediately connected to it in the vast majority of cases.
Right.
I don't know what it is. I'm not questioning it. I just recognize it, and they do. The women have an innate bond with it already.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Thanks for that observation, John. I think it's not just limited to women. I think some men are that way too. But you can sort of generally sort of put people in those categories, I think.
Well, the role of men over the course of history has been whack that fuzzy thing over the head and drag it home for food, where the women's role has been the nurturer, the carer.
Sometimes it's the women or the fuzzy thing, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's the role of men over the course of history has been the brute force, the physical interface.
Right.
Where women, it's been the energetic interface for the most part. And I think that's playing out in what we're seeing with this plasma technology in a big way.
Yeah, in a way, if you think of it as a hunter-gatherer, then you would go and hunt, and you bring back the hunt, say some oxen or whatever, and I don't know if they hunted oxen, but you get the idea. Some pig, let's say. You hunt some pig and you drag it home. And traditionally the women, after the men were all tired out from hunting, the women would cook. Well, if you think of cooking as working with the energies, after the men have done the kill, essentially, the women are working with the energies of the cooking and the managing of the different aspects of that kill and taking care of the energy levels, right from using the skins or whatever different aspects that might be used for materials. Right away they're into using materials, creating things from the materials, creating food, creating all the aspects of life from the bulk goods that the men drag in. So again, they're getting into the finer aspects of the uses of the raw materials, basically, and always have.
Amazing.
So yeah, like Keith mentions, cooking is alchemy or transformation at the least. Right
That's
on.
alchemy, yeah.
I thought maybe we could hear from one of the ladies, which we haven't in this conversation. Franzi, are you able to speak there? I see you're speaking in the chat here. She says, I think she wanted to talk about her setup. She has the Everlasting Meadow battery that we saw a couple weeks ago, and she says, I've also put 4 CO2 Gans balls around the meadow, about 1 hectare, and one behind my house. Beautiful energy, healing energy, and my horse and donkeys are very happy. And she also says birds are also coming on the water posts of the meadow, and a little bird is sitting many times on one of the CO2 Gans balls. And she says, I like CO2 the best. And then she says, my cat's name is Hunter, but she says, I cannot cook. Okay, well, not all women are cooks, that is for sure. That was a categorization of me for sure. Many men are great chefs as well, so we can't really put people in those pigeonholes.
Yeah, it is a generalization, but it's more or less accurate for the most part. There's going to be a range within that system, but if you take 10,000 people, 5,000 men, 5,000 women, you're going to be, the majority of them will fall into the category. The men are physical. I want to go hit it over the head and drag it home. And the women are going to be, yes, my role is to nurture and take care of the home. I mean, that's how it's been for thousands of years. Whether that's right, whether that's going to continue, I don't know. I mean, I take care of my dog.
It's definitely changing in terms of, I mean, we have, more women participating in lots of things, the military and in jobs and, CEOs and all that kind of thing, and especially in politics, where I think they'll be taking over entirely politics quite shortly. Especially if people like Donald Trump keep running. Oh my God. It makes me embarrassed to be a man when somebody like that runs for president of the most powerful nation in the world.
Can you believe that? I just can't believe it, really. It's like,
anyway,
man.
On the other hand, maybe it'll do some good if he did get in. Hello, is that you?
Yes, that's me.
All right, Franzi. Yes, I think so. How are you doing? What's up there?
Oh, I have a lot of fun today.
Okay, tell us a bit what's going on.
Oh, I want to tell something. If it's possible.
Yeah.
At my place where I live, I have no electricity and no water. So for me, the Magrav with batteries and coils and batteries and plasma and batteries is very important. That's why I'm so stick to it. After I took away my coil last week from my battery, I left the little plasma ball on the battery, and then I gave him a friend. this is the big thing for the children from Mr. Keshe. I give him a friend on the top, one on the battery and one on the roof from the cover from the battery. And I have electricity on the lines. The solar panel isn't work so good anymore. It's very old one. And the horses and the donkeys stay away from the lines. That is new. That is really new. And I measured every day and every night also. I measured the voltage from the battery. And it is strange when it is not using so many energy, maybe 1 volt every day, but in the night he's charging. In the night he's charging 1 volt 0.4. And that,
Wow.
yeah, that is a little bit strange, or that is the proof that the Gans is giving energy to the battery.
Whoa, that's really interesting. So you're saying there's an additional voltage, 1.4 volts or something at night? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. Now 3 nights after each other, 3 nights he's giving from, when I go to sleep, the voltage is 2.32. And the next morning it is 3.84. And it is now already 3 nights that he's charging. 1, 2, 3, 4 nights now that he's charging 1.4 in the night.
Well,
And
you
then,
must be doing something right. I say you must be doing it right because it's working.
Yes, it's working because
Well,
Mr. Keshe said the plasma is giving energy to the battery. So I thought I do it like he's saying. Let's try it.
okay, so just to review your current setup, you have, how does it work again? Maybe you need a little drawing or something. How can you explain it? You have the two Gans balls?
You saw it last week, the picture with this ugly coil for me.
Okay, let me see if I can find that.
Okay, if I remember correctly, she's got the battery sitting in a plastic tub. The plastic tub is sitting in a Gans mixture, or Gans water.
Yes.
And you have a nano wire running around the circumference of the tub as well?
I made a coil and I connected the coil first
Okay.
cross, and now later I connected the coil good. And this is the video. This is the first one. I sent last week a photo.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. On this black box on the battery, I put now a ping pong ball with Gans, CO2 Gans. And on the roof,
you still have the coils on the battery, the little coils on each terminal too?
No, I took them away.
Okay.
Because there is a lot of different information about those coils. The one should be turned around the clock, with the clock, and the other against the clock. And now I don't know anymore which one on which one. And so I said to myself, okay, take them away. It's only the plasma ball on the battery, and now only one of the roof. Where you see the word farmer, on that roof I put the second one. So
one on the battery, on the black part of the battery, and one on the little roof thing you have here. Okay, I understand. Okay. And no other connections.
And those two are making the energy. And in the night, it's giving energy.
Well, if the Gans that you've got around the outside of the white container, if it's a stronger Gans than what's in the ping pong balls, then you will have a plasma flow right through your battery going to those ping pong balls. And you won't need it. It's the electrical connections, the wires, they don't matter. They're just, in that type of a system, you're outside of matter state. You're dealing directly with the energies. So yeah, I could see how that would interact with your battery directly.
Uh-huh.
Well, this has been the what Mr. Keshe has talked about many years ago. I think in one of the first videos I saw of Eindhoven and so on, the talks he gave then, he talked about his setup for batteries. It charges more at night than in the daytime, and that was always stood out to me. This concept that something could, a solar panel could charge more at night than in the daytime. But in many ways, it makes sense with this technology.
Yes, and there is also electricity on the line. That is also it's a very low voltage. It is 2 volt, and it is giving electricity, enough electricity on the line because I touched it, and I really felt the electricity.
Have you actually been shocked by your fence since you've set this system up?
Shock?
Yes.
I mean, you made electric shock?
Yes.
Yes, I touched the line. It was not meant to be, and then.
Oh no, I understand, but I'm curious. Did it seem as strong as when the battery was fresh?
Not so strong. Another kind of electricity. It is not giving a shock like before.
Okay, very interesting.
It's softer.
Interesting, yeah. As Bernard says in the chat, Mr. Keshe explained about the sun and the effect with the earth in the day. At night, the earth fields are stronger. And that's basically it. The sun pushes down on the earth fields in the daytime and actually makes them more negligible in the daytime than at night.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Where does the lady lives? Where do you live, my lady?
What is the question? Excuse me.
Where do you live?
Where do you? Yeah.
I'm in France.
Whereabouts in France? Near the Swiss or?
On the 48th degree, from left to the right, to east to west, 48.
Okay, well, it didn't immediately make sense to me, but
in the neighborhood of Troyes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
At the right side from Paris.
What a wonderful photo you shared. It's just amazing. It's beautiful. I love your animals and I love your farm. It's so beautiful what you made. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
I'll just play the rest of the video here. Well, I'll leave the sound off, but you can watch the pictures here and. What else is happening there, Francie? If you got anything else going on in your farm? Any other observations?
How can I make water?
You need water for your farm.
Yes.
For your animals.
Oh, for me too. I'm working with rainwater, but I saw somewhere in the forum, I think it was, I thought there was a man. He had 2 Gans, pots of Gans next to each other in a plastic container, and then after a week he found 1.5 liter clear water in his container. Is there something more about it to tell?
Well, there's definitely something
I don't have
we need.
any information. Sorry.
Nope, there it is. The tails of water are a bit erratic. Yes, it's something we need to work on more. I mean, there are means of pulling water out of the air, in effect, with dehumidifiers and different means they have now. There's screens and so on you can use to allow the morning dew or the water vapor to accumulate, and there's various ways that have been tried in the last few years for extracting water from the air, but that's not with the plasma Keshe type technology, so we still need to work on
Well,
that.
I have managed with our technology to collect water out of the thin air, and I have the videos, and I can explain how it happened, and I know how it happened, but the fact that it happened on towards CO2 and CuO2 mixture of the spheres and nano-coated surface of the area was totally wet. It was dripping water. I tried to collect the water, and I collected drops of it, and very humid air, and it was about to rain, and we live up in a very high altitude, therefore we're with the clouds somehow, and I felt the humidity in the room that was natural to collect in one way or another in one places or another places. The water is water, it just gets collected in one places. But the fact that the interesting thing was I have many spheres on this unit. It has just collected on the sprayed caustic sort of, I nano-coated the structure of it. The whole structure was wet. Only on the CO2 and CO2 mixed spheres were really wet, like water was dripping, and I saw it early in the morning. Amazing to.
Did you say there was caustic? Did you say there was caustic on that, or was that on? Was there caustic on your spheres, or that were wet, or were they washed beforehand and dried?
Whole structure were sprayed with caustic, and it was left like that many days before it happened.
We do know that caustic will tend to attract water. I mean, it tends to. It's a dry substance that tends to attract water. I mean, that's one of the basic things. But to have it drip off, that's another thing altogether. And that would be the trick, is to attract it with the caustic or some other environment like that, and have it perhaps drip off before it engages with the caustic. Use the fields of the caustic to bring it in.
It was attracted one way or another. The whole structure was sort of nano-coated with the spray. Yeah, it is. I saw it. It's possible. It's doable. People ask if it's drinkable with the mixture of the caustic. I don't know how it's.
Yeah, that's what I would worry about. Of course, it might be possible to neutralize the caustic as well with vinegar or something, and maybe end up with wine at the end of it. Who knows? Vinegar plus caustic equals wine. Sure, why not? Seems about right.
That's so cheeky.
Couldn't you use CuO to decontaminate that water?
Well, that's the other thing I was thinking too. Not sure. Well,
honestly,
yeah,
I thought about that, and but there wasn't enough to collect so that I could test it. there are many things that are going on that I can't really test on the spot. If it's just not possible, really. It's just so fast. It's just everything is progressing really fast and progressive, to be honest. Every aspect of it, adding on top of it, our knowledge is expanding undescribable way. It's just, yeah.
So Keith says, how do we get the water to condense in a specific container? So,
Yeah, I thought about that. You know what I could do was the whole structure could be in a sort of a sphere. Well, you could um, everything would drip
mm-hmm.
below it, and then you can just collect it, and then therefore you can add the CO2. Maybe I don't know why. What you could do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we
It's possible.
definitely.
It's doable. It's a model. It can be changeable. You can make it a very tiny one of it. That's why I want to make it one
Mm-hmm.
at the moment, and that would be really sweet if I could perhaps achieve it. Yeah, it's doable.
Yes, worth exploring, as Keith mentions. That's right.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting along in time here, and I might have to end things fairly soon, but I'd like to hear from anybody else who has any comments or suggestions, ideas, and so on.
Breaker.
Thank you. That sounds like Don coming in there. Hi, Don.
Hi, how you doing? Good show today. Last week we were talking about iron Gans, and we were kind of wondering if we were actually making iron filings or slough from the piece of iron that we're actually using in our production. So let me share my camera here and let you see what it is I'm talking about.
Okay.
Well, of course, it's not going to work.
Maybe I have to ask you just a second here. I'll ask you to start the video, and that'll make it work, I think. Go ahead.
Okay. It says, host has said, da, 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 normal. Start my video.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. All right, we're good to go. Anyhow, while we were talking about that making iron Gans, I pulled down two of my jars that I made. I thought I made iron Gans in. When I made this is what I made when I was very new to the trade, and I was using a battery charger that produced 5 volts and 3.5 to 4 amps. Well, of course, I didn't know at the time that that's like way on left field. And as a result, I ended up with what you see here in black, which could very well be burnt Gans, or it could be something else. I don't have a microscope, so I can't really look at it on a slide to see if it's metal or what it is. But nevertheless, this black stuff is very attracted to magnets. And I found that kind of interesting. That led me to believe that I'm making rust Gans as opposed to an iron Gans. And this is the magnet that I used. And this is one of those kick-ass neodymium magnets. It's so powerful that if you were to stick it on the side of a metal desk, you have to have a vice grip to pull it off.
It moved the stuff in the jar when you rotated the magnet. Try it again.
Yeah, see?
No, just rotate it without moving it from position. Just rotate it back a bit there. It moved the one in the other jar, actually. Oh, it's moving the whole jar now, perhaps. Yeah, so you can see it moving.
Oh, so
but anyhow, my point here is that I'm not sure if that's Gans or not, but in this jar here, you can see some amino acids stuck to the side of the container. In the very bottom, there appears to be what we would call Gans, in its natural state of orange, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm.
So that got me thinking. It made me wonder if I could possibly make Gans without the metal touching the salt water. And I had done this 3 or 4 times before and never produced anything. And then a couple of meetings ago, Armin mentioned putting some Gans in the bag with the nano coated plate and so on and so forth, and some of the salt water in the other one. So I said, okay, let me try that. So this is my first and only time that I've ever produced Gans without the metal being in the water. And as you can see, it's not a large quantity, but it has a pretty color. And here's what I want to point out. I'm trying to determine whether this is Gans or is this something else. And so when I put the magnet to it, you might be able to see that it's drawing the Gans to the magnet. Yeah. If I kind of vibrate it a little bit. So that led me to another conclusion. When we're making our iron Gans, it seems to be transferring characteristics, you know, that a magnet is attracted to iron. So maybe the Gans also has that same characteristic. If that's the case, then what came to mind is, you know, we've seen Mr. Keshe draw us a star formation 1,000 times and explain the fields and how they interact and where the sweet spot is and so on. And he has constantly said, well, if you move down this line, you can make gold. You move down here and you're making something else. You move down here, you're making a banana on the lines of flux. Okay, so that leads me to believe that maybe in order to move down these lines and have control over it, maybe we need to use magnetic fields. Then let's take that one step further. If you can teach yourself how to generate magnetic fields with your hands, you know, by will, that would stand to reason that you could go within one of those fields, cup your hands, and produce gold in your hands. Yeah. Just thinking. That's you know, you can ponder that. You can ponder that, you plasma technologists. Like I've said before, I haven't built any, but I am kind of a thinker in that direction.
Well, this is Denny, Don. Remember you were using a black bolt. What did you use this time?
I used the very same bolt, which is right here, and it's all pitted and such from previous.
How was your configuration? Like, was it in a plastic bag with a Gans in it, in the jar? Is that what you've done?
Okay, what I did was, in my past experiments with trying to make Gans with plastic bags, at the time I was into the physical part of this operation, and I thought that the plastic bags must be blocking the field. At that time I didn't realize that, you know, plastic doesn't block fields. So anyhow, so moving along to today was still kind of an idea that the plastic is messing my procedure up. So I took one of these. Everybody recognizes what that is. That's one of our rubber gloves.
Yeah.
It's very thin. You know, it's easy to, it's not thick. So I took this bolt, I put it into one of the fingers. I took some Gans from here, from the bottom of this jar here, and squirted in there with a syringe. Placed that into the container, you know, hooked up my wire to it and all that kind of stuff. Put it in the container, and then entered my graphite rod and commenced the procedure. And what you see here is what was produced. I guess that the next logical procedure would be to put the graphite rod into some plastic with some of the salt water and see if it'll do the same thing, I guess.
Sure. Where do you live, sir?
Say that again?
Where do you live?
I still don't understand.
Oh, sorry. Where do you stay? Where is your country? Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the USA, but I live in Thailand.
Oh, I see.
Well, that's pretty neat, Don.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, you know,
You can still see it. Still, little chunks are trying to get over to that magnet there still. So I'm
I have
amazed.
one
They're
more thing that I
definitely
want to add.
magnetic, and it's from inside the bag. That's quite amazing.
Okay, one other thing, other experiment that I was doing, then I'll sign off. I tried the mosquito technology that we discussed last week. It works 100% of the time. Now here in Thailand, we are now
Wait.
in the
You
rainy
have to
season.
explain what the mosquito technology is before you continue, I think.
Okay. It was proposed last week, and I'm sorry I don't remember the gentleman's name, that you could communicate with a mosquito and give him permission to take what he needs from your field without taking your blood. That was the premise.
I think it was
Okay, so
Mario, perhaps, that was talking about that. And yeah.
very well be.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, because I live in Thailand, it's a rainy season or monsoon season. There's a lot of standing water, and the mosquito population increases tenfold as a result. So over the past 7 days, I've had an exposure to a mosquito, 8 different mosquitoes. And each time that I became aware of them, 3 times I verbally gave them permission to take all they need from my field, return to me what I need, and go away. The balance of that 8, I did the same thing, only I did the pronunciation in my head. In each circumstance, the mosquito left me alone. On the 9th time, I didn't see the mosquito. So I didn't give him a chance. I didn't have a chance to give him permission before he sucked my blood. So I would say that I can confirm the previous premise. Over.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's interesting.
A good testimonial. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Peter's also said he had the same experience with mosquitoes as well. So, and can I, as long as we're talking about the CH3, can I show you something that I don't know what to make of this? If I could, are you done, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. You didn't hear me? You didn't hear me say over?
Sorry, yeah, I didn't say breaker.
Thank you for the correct etiquette, Don. Over.
You know, it was the fella from Arizona some months ago, John, I think John Biven, who said that he was putting magnets underneath the CH3 containers and it helped them settle much, much faster. And I found the same thing because every time I'm drinking the Gans water and I had very little bit of CH3, and when I have to refill the water, it took days for it to settle and it was having some problems. I started putting the magnets underneath it and I found that it settled right away. I put my video on here.
Yeah, put on your video, please.
Here, make sure I'm wearing clothes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a new batch of CH3 that I made. I guess it's CH3. I mean, looks like it. I've washed it 3 or 4 times. The water's not salty. I've been drinking this water. But remember I made a batch of, I had very little bit of CH3. The water would settle. I put the magnets underneath it would settle right away. I had very little of it. I started making another batch and I thought, what would happen if I put some magnets on top of the container when I made the Gans? So I did that. And then I put magnets underneath it and it settled very fast. And I didn't notice any difference. So I mixed the two. And then when, like you see here, this is 2 weeks. This water is not settled. But you see the amount of Gans that's there. Maybe if I do this a little bit. The amount of Gans that's on the bottom there is about how much I had when I started. And I have another container. What I've been doing is I'm pouring off this water. I just left it to see how long it will settle. And I've been pouring off the water, and I've got another container that still just will not settle. And I'm thinking that I'm just going to keep pouring this water off, and hopefully I'll get to where I get back to my original Gans. And all of this, I don't know what to make of that. Is it being pushed up by the other?
I can help with that. I have an answer or an observation.
Go ahead.
I think, Mario, we just lost your audio and video there, but go ahead on the observations. I think we're okay on that.
Okay, I had the same thing with what I just made, and the Gans seemed to want to stay suspended. I too put a magnet underneath it, and as I have expressed in the past, my super duper vibrator extraction technique using my air pump to sit on top of the container to facilitate settling. I did that as well, and it took 2 or 3 times longer for that to come out of suspension. I can't say I know why, other than maybe it's just fluffy. I don't know. I give up. But it did. I washed it 8 times, and it finally came clear. It wouldn't stay in suspension. So I don't know if that'll help. Over.
Hi, Mario. I think you're back there. We lost you briefly.
Yeah, I'm back. My internet's unstable, so me too. So I'm not saying nothing. But anyway, anybody have thoughts about that?
Yeah, we were just commenting on that in your absence.
You want to replay, Rick?
Well, go ahead.
Maybe I have to watch the video, but then I have to listen to the sound of my own voice. Uh-oh. I'm losing you guys again.
Well, what is there to say about that? Can we recap for Mario briefly?
Basically what I said, Mario, was that when I was making my iron Gans, I found that the Gans actually stayed in solution for a very long time, which is kind of out of the ordinary compared to the other Gans that I've made. And I mentioned last show or the show before that about how I use my air pump to vibrate the Gans into a settling on the bottom, and also using a magnet. Well, I found that it worked a little bit, but it just would not come clean. So I ended up washing this batch 8 times, and I finally got clear water.
Excuse me, how do you wash it? Like washing it, what does that mean to you?
That means to me, take distilled water, put it in a jar or a container that you have it in, let the Gans settle, pull off that water, do it again with water, and each time is called a wash. And usually a normal wash on the Ganses that I've made would be 5 times and I'm good to go. Well, this ended up being 8 times for it to be good and clear.
Well, but, I mean, is your water this brown? I mean, I'm pouring off. That's got to be CH3 all in that water there.
It was all the whole thing was the color of my Gans. You know, it seemed like it wanted to stay in suspension.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at this one. I mean, I've only washed that 3 or 4 times, and it's completely settled and completely clear on top. Why? And this was doing that before. So why is it all of a sudden not doing it now? Why? I mean, both of those Ganses were like this, clear water, and then when I mixed this one with what I had in this one,
so Gans separate. You know.
Yeah, the Gans separated, but they were both washed, and I was drinking the water out of that. It's not like it wasn't washed Gans. They were both completely washed Gans. So when I mixed the 2 washed Ganses that had pure distilled water on top, then I got this.
It sounds like you discovered a new thing. That's what it sounds like.
I'm wondering whether the magnets on top of the container when I made the Gans has polarized some of it or something.
It's possible, something like that. You have to be careful because it could be
iron. That was what I was trying to do.
It could be rust in the water, which is not so good to be ingesting as far as that goes. So it could be if you had some iron oxide particles that oxidized and caused rust, that might end up coloring the water perhaps. What was different in the process again, that where it was created? There must have been something different in the environment or the method of creation.
Well, yeah, I put magnets on top of the container.
And that was the only difference then. The only difference that you remember? Well, I would say if you
that was
could,
the only difference.
I would say if you could duplicate that again, that same experiment, see if you can do it one with the magnet, one without, and create the same condition again, then we got something we can really talk about.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay.
So try to recreate it, or someone else try to recreate
just
it.
rusty water there?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I know that iron oxide. That's when it rusts in water, you can get a stain, a rust stain it'll stick onto the sides of your toilet, for example, a rust ring around the toilet from iron oxide in the water, or in pipes, or from a dripping faucet. It'll drip brown on the bathtub because of the iron oxide will build up.
Okay, well, I got this Gans that I've been drinking. I've been drinking this water because it settles and it's pure water on top. I've been tasting it, no salt or anything. So we'll try it again. I'll put some magnets on top of the container.
Yeah.
And take a little of this and a little of that and see if I.
How long did it take last time to create the material?
I use a DC current, and
so you could do the experiment fairly quickly then, perhaps.
Yeah, like a day. It's a matter of hours really. I have to watch it. Because it goes so fast, it will bubble. Yeah, so a few hours. Yeah, I could probably do it tonight.
Well, yeah, if you could report back to us for next week or something, and or maybe for the workshop, the Knowledge Seekers workshop, it would be good information, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See if I can get that done today. And just out of curiosity, Rick, did you get your molasses Gans?
Maple syrup Gans, you mean? Oops, I lost them.
Maple syrup Gans, right? Did you get that?
Well, I can show you what I have. There, I'm just hearing you again there. Let me get my video going. There we go. Okay, well, I've got these containers here. And this one's a bit lighter than this one, which has a darker tinge to it, and stronger. And on the bottom of the containers, there is you can't see it this way, but if you can see kind of there, and if I was to stir it.
A thin layer.
Yeah, thin layer of a light yellow looking substance. Very nice. And the same with this one. This one's a little redder looking. This one it's more of a heavy substance. This one I use the actual syrup. And in this one I was using some of the sap, maple sap. So it definitely gives some, not very much, and I need to still put more distilled water in this. This is only with 2 washings, I guess. And you want to get it, it's probably still quite salty. And I want to have it just pure distilled water plus the Gans. It's going to be hard to keep the Gans because there's not much there, like I said. But
you use caustic to make that, right?
yeah,
You use caustic?
yeah, there might
So
be
how's
other.
your pH? How is the pH in it?
I haven't checked the pH. That's something that I would do.
My sugar Gans I got some sugar Gans, but it's alkaline. It's really alkaline. I need to get acidic. Yeah, and I was wondering. Somebody said, "Well, yeah, you can't get acidic if you're going to use the caustic. You will not get a high acidic, or what is it? Which way? I won't get a high acidic." They said you got to use an acid, and that's why I wanted to ask you. You were saying if I take some salt and some vinegar and some sugar, you think that might work? You said if you mix salt and vinegar, you'll get hydrochloric acid, right?
Yeah, essentially you create vinegar is an acid. Vinegar is acetic acid to start with. I think when Mr. Keshe was talking about the acidic and basic aspects of the Ganses, he was talking not just necessarily the measured pH acidity. I think he was talking more about the effect it has in the way that he talks about acidity and base, like gravitational and magnetical, and entry exit, or giving and taking, and giver receiver, and that kind of thing. And not necessarily that the CH3 GANs will turn out to always be measured acidic. I know that sugar tends to lead toward acid, but I'm not sure if that means certain kinds of water might tend to be more acidic when using the CH3 GANs. Certain types of water might tend to be more basic. It might have that sort of effect with the actual materials in the distilled water might actually affect it, or the other conditions in the environment. I don't know.
Not necessarily its pH value. I think that's what Douglas was saying. He didn't really care about the pH. He thought that the CH3 was already so magnetical that it didn't matter, or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, yeah. It's like, if you're measuring the pH of the water, then you're not actually measuring the pH of the GANs anyway. You're measuring the water itself. So, and we're assuming that the CH3 water, the water of the GANs might change the pH, but not necessarily.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty. Any more comments before we wrap things up here?
Breaker.
Alrighty. Who is that? Is that Bernard?
Yeah, it's Bernie.
Hi, Bernie. How you doing?
Tonight.
Did I rouse you with the word maple syrup?
Yeah, that quietly watching everything. So
I'm
expert.
I've got some stuff here I could show you.
Well, you're definitely the expert in maple syrup, so we'll let you show whatever you want.
I'll just hit this share video, I guess. Here.
Yep. Okay, good. Let me get you spotlighted and all that.
Not too much. Right. I didn't shave. Oh, we got. We got here.
Yeah, that works.
That's a Gans syrup. It's quite fluffy. See it?
So is Gans a maple syrup? Is that what you're saying?
That's the
Okay.
pure stuff.
Yeah. And okay, so shake it just a little bit, or not shake it, but rotate it like a little vortex thing a little bit there. Like, does it start to? It's pretty. Oh yeah, it's starting to come up there now.
Nice.
It's almost flaky in a way.
Yeah, that syrup is filtered off like 3 times. You know, there's basically it's all the matter state of the fields. But I've got something a little bit more interesting to show here. Can you see that?
Not sure what we're seeing there. We see a red liquid.
Separated level there, but what is it containing?
You see the bottom layer is copper, a CuO, and it looks like a CO2 forming on top.
Yeah, again separated there.
Okay, now I can't show you the bottom, but okay, maybe you see the nano. See the black nano on the bottom?
Okay. Yeah.
Blackness,
Yeah.
yes, visible.
The little speck.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Keshe had mentioned to keep off when I started to rinse the stuff. And I did. There's no salt. There's caustic. There's some vinegar in there. And I took off the Gans, and I kept this. It's been sitting since that time, and it's producing its own Gans inside. This is quite amazing. I got a layer of copper on the bottom, and once it's established that environment, it started to produce CO2 on top. There's no salt water in here. I'm a bit puzzled here with this.
Now, to my understanding, with all my Gans productions, in the end, if I was producing CH3 and days, weeks, months later, I have noticed CuO2 concentrated in parts of the areas of it and separated itself. So what it gave me the idea is that even though we might think that we finished Gans producing, but it is still is in its action, it's working, and it's separating, and it's saturating, and it's positioning and taking a new level. And that's an amazing example.
I've got there's a heavy layer of amino acid on top, eh? Like a really nice layer of it. I'm going to save that, but basically that was pure water, but there was nano left in the bottom, the little black specks, and I left it there, and I said, well, nothing was happening, and I just watched it. It's just the water. I took the Gans out and just left the nano on the bottom, and evidently there's enough nano to start to create an environment there, and that's where the copper came in. But my property here, there's lots of copper in the soil. There's copper in the environment. I suspect the maple trees have the fields of the copper in the syrup. All these things contribute to it.
Super true.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
It's pretty interesting.
So
that's what it indicates. So
when you made your maple syrup Gans, how did you create that? Was you put caustic in the maple syrup, or?
I put some maple syrup. I didn't put a whole lot in the jar. I dumped a bit in there. I just opened a jar out of the fridge and I put some caustic right in it. And then I got some hot water ready and I poured it in slowly. Otherwise it'd bust the jar. And then it really started to work. It took off and I added more in it. And I left it work like that for probably over a day, maybe 2. And then I dumped some vinegar into it. Shook it around a bit and I watched it work, but then I added some dry caustic on top of it, and then the whole system started working, and then I could see separation happening. And I left it do that for a while, and it just I acquired this Gans. It started forming. It was floating. I showed it to you at one point, and then it started to descend. When it got down to a certain point, I took a syringe and I removed it all. And then I was left with the nano on the bottom. So that's the liquid there. There's no sea salt in there. There's nothing in there. And I think trees have the full spectrum of everything. This is what I brought up in the last meeting we had.
Well, that's a good point, and this is part of what the maple syrup producers are promoting now in their literature is the all the trace minerals in maple syrup and the benefits of certain vitamins and other life-giving enzymes and so on. It's
Well,
to me,
got
it's
CO2 because it's draw. I mean, the leaves draw everything from the atmosphere. So you're drawing from the ground and you're drawing from the environment. It's basically a non-salted seawater.
well, it's the blood of the tree. I mean,
You've got
basically,
everything from the environment with that.
Yeah.
And here there's lots of copper in the soil and the fields are here.
I think one could live on maple sap as a food, basically.
You're probably right. I eat my share of it.
I mean, it's
I'm not diabetic.
but the sap itself is not super sweet. It's kind of mild. It's very much the mild version of the sap, which is of course concentrated 20-1 or something on the 20 cans of sap for one of syrup, something like that, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
So it takes a lot to boil it down to make it into syrup, concentrate those sugars basically. But in a mild sugar form, you can live on it because it's in the right Gans state for the body. It's already pre-digested, ready to go. It's not like sugar from white sugar just mixed up in water. It's got a broad range of sugars. It's not just one sugar, but multiple sugars. And they're balanced with the minerals at the same time in its natural environment with all the enzymes, and it's like liquid energy ready for growth.
They say if you're diabetic that it's beneficial. They've had some studies done with that.
That's right. It's because of the balanced sugars that makes it totally different. It's got the glucose, sucrose, and fructose are all involved rather than just sucrose like in white sugar and so on. And that's a huge difference because they specifically refine the white sugar to invert the molecule into a certain format that's white sugar, so it preserves well and destroys people's brains.
There's no zinc that's being used to make this, so the white stuff on top, it's got to be CO2.
Well, it's surprising. I mean, you've got some copper oxide on the bottom, and then you've got
and under that there's nano. That's where the copper came from. But
yeah, that's what I meant. The nano copper oxide. So
I don't know.
It's like you have a copper plate almost on the bottom, but where's the other plate? But maybe it's just the layering starts to form its own plate action in a way.
Yeah, it's natural state, but right now it's still producing some stuff, and I'll just leave it go. But the white CO2 might be fairly pure on top. I don't know. Without zinc.
Anything to do with maple syrup is certainly worth trying in terms of the Ganses coming from it for some good effect.
I haven't applied it yet to the potential difference with the different mixes, but I will. I'm working on some stuff right now, a little car setup. I'm working on a car setup here.
Lovely, lovely. Looks clean.
Those little balls you saw in the bucket of ice there, I'm going to be applying one of them in the center here. I'm going to have 2 coils, and they should be able to communicate with the heartbeat. I'll see what happens with that.
Cool. So there'll be some maple syrup Gans on that?
Well, I'm going to do it with the CH3 when I apply the potential difference in the layering and stuff between the 2 balls. So.
Yeah, I think it would be very happy with maple syrup Gans. And what would be more Canadian? The maple tree is this, the maple leaf is our flag. The maple tree is our national tree. Maple syrup is our national commodity. I mean,
flannel shirts. Quite short. Anyhow, I'll let you guys go.
Okay, thanks a lot, Bernie.
Thank you, Rick.
And
Hey,
just
Rick,
as a little thing for Bernie, he makes some of the best maple syrup in the world. Next to my uncle.
Oh.
Well, my uncle used to win the local maple syrup round-off here in Albert County, the top county in New Brunswick, and he used to win the Albert County local maple syrup shoot-off they had every year, and they would have all the competition would come from everywhere, and he would consistently win with his particular flavored maple syrup, which is so good, and I've never ever come close to finding an imitation anywhere.
But it depends a lot on your soil too, Rick.
That's right. He has 1,000 acres of maple syrup woods available to him, with the purest water of anywhere in the whole area coming out of a mountain.
Well, I'll tell you,
like heaven.
The property here,
was.
There was a fire here a long time ago. I've got a burnt stump up on the mountain. If I go down maybe 3 inches, it's all ash, white ash. There was a huge fire, so this must contribute to the trees. Absolutely. And what they're giving off.
Yeah, that'd be special.
The ground's full of nano.
Full of nano, exactly. That's the whole earth is full of nano. That's what makes up the crust of the earth. If you look at the consistency of the crust of the earth, look up crust of earth, present composition, and it's 10 main elements involved, and they're all the oxides of the elements that make up 95 or 98% of the crust of the earth is these 10 oxides. Think about it. All the rocks are oxides. All of them are nano-materials, essentially. So, hey?
It's like those ashes. It's like primordial soup.
Yeah, all you do is throw in a little lightning, and bingo, you've got slime, instant slime, and that's where life comes from. We are slime evolution of slime.
Yes.
Breaker.
Breaker. We're gonna have to break things up here pretty soon.
This is one slime to another.
All right.
So I noticed that Lee Coates very early on was showing. I was anticipating him to show his bottle reactor. Lee, are you still awake?
Not hearing your audio.
Come off of this.
Just trying to get the thing pinned on this. There we go. You're pinned. Say what there, Lee?
I need your device to tell me whether I got any fields coming off of this.
Ah, okay.
I'm not sure all my connecting wires are nano-coated, so I'm not I got some lamp wires here that I can still see silver wire in there, so I'm not feeling any plasma energy coming off it, but I'm not very sensitive to the feeling plasma energy anyway, but I'm not sure whether I'm getting any fields or whether it's just maybe the wires need to get nano-coated a bit better or something.
What would be another way to determine whether there's fields coming off this apparatus? Any input on that? We've talked about some other ways. Like obviously if it glows in the dark, that would be a good indicator. If it lights up. If there is a temperature difference, that might be an indicator. You could possibly use a laser temperature indicator and just do some, notation of the different bottles, see what they start out as, see if some of them heat up, some of them cool down. That could be interesting. What else do we note? Changes going on inside, whether any of the solutions are spinning or anything unusual happening with extra stuff coming out or going in or whatever.
Yeah, if you've ever made the health pen, pain pen, and if you know the effects of it, therefore, if you just put your hands around it, you might be able to feel the same effect of it around it. But it looks amazing. Are those? I just wanted to ask. I see 4 different parts of it, and are those 4 parts separated to each other and creates the formation? Um, yeah, the one of them.
Yeah.
Are they all identical?
No,
What's going on
these
there?
were the original 3 I did, but I didn't have the right lead Gans in the middle, so I put the proper lead Gans in.
Yeah.
So that's from the blueprint version 2.0. This was the newest one. That's version 2.1
Oh, okay. I
blueprint.
see.
So
So you mean one of them is the first blueprint, and then the other ones are the corrected ones.
yeah, this one's
from
supposed to be the
CH3
correct
to
one.
CO2. Oh,
That's the one I made today.
How'd you feel it?
And as I say, I don't like these ones here. I feel a little bit of a field, I think, but that one I don't feel it. So, but that's supposed to be the good one. So
I know, but do you know? I just want to ask everyone, like here, because you have this formation that the correct one and the not correct one you think is around it, and perhaps underneath your table or around your place there are other Gans water or other nano-coated materials are located. So therefore, they're all going to be affected by this. That is my understanding towards everything. I don't know what will be the correct view of that, but you it's just separate of them. Get rid of the incorrect ones, the ones that you don't think that they're not the right ones, and what I do is I take them outside in the backyard. I just place them there and just try to understand it. Most of the times, nothing. But yeah, it's just like.
Well, actually that brings up a good point that I hadn't considered in your testing here, Lee, which is, what if you had these in a different environment, which maybe they would respond more to? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, like Alper's saying, like to put it in the backyard or put it in, up beside a tree or something like that, or some other different room perhaps with maybe less materials around, less computer things and electronics and whatnot that might be interacting or interfering with the ability of its fields to exude. In a similar way to how the earth fields are able to come out at night because the sun isn't pushing on them anymore. Maybe these fields from these units would come out more if the electronic fields or other fields around weren't pushing in on them in this particular place. So maybe it'd be easier to feel in a different environment, I'm wondering.
yeah, my house is full of fields because I got about a dozen Magravs in here and all kinds of Ganses.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff, so. It's a lot of confusing fields or overlapping fields, let's say, and so on. Who knows? Yeah. I'm in a similar position where you know, like for example, my whole ceiling is full of magnets that are attached to the ceiling. Every which wears little magnets and big magnets and stuff because it keeps them out of the way so they don't get in trouble. And but what's that do to the fields here? Not to mention the different coils and magravs and plasma globes and other kinds of things that are unknown items that I find under my bed and stuff. It's incredible. Things just crawl around here that are electronic and give off field. I mean, there's a modem close by, there's a printer, there's computers all over and whatnot. So it's a heavily fielded area. And I think that makes it difficult to sense some of the finer fields, which are better off being literally out in the field in order to feel them. And sometimes I think that's true for our own feelings and so on too, that perhaps our environment can be too electronic and overwhelm our ability to just to go inside and feel things instead of being interacted with. So interesting. The other thing I was going to mention about that, Lee, is maybe you know somebody that happens to be extra sensitive to fields, and you could bring them over and have them feel the arrangement and see if they felt the new one versus the old one had, you know, less fields or more fields or something like that. So that's something people can keep in mind, that often we might not be able to feel the fields, but we might have a friend that can feel the fields. Almost everybody knows somebody who's field friendly, who's always talking about the fields and how they can feel everything and somewhat complaining about it, because for people like that, it is a bit of an issue. You don't want to be feeling all the fields, especially of others and so on. It can be unnerving and distracting. So
one thing I noticed, to be able to feel the field, you need to be able to be in a place where there's no field for a while. So
right,
you need to feel the fieldlessness. I don't know how to put it in the right way, but
it's I agree with that, and that's why people
yeah.
go on these expeditions to sacred places and go on fasts and go on meditation retreats and go without speaking for days at a time, or
Yeah.
you know, in a quiet environment and so on and so forth. And I know just for myself, in a very physical way, your ears actually take time to adjust to sound, to the sound of silence, or what we call silence and quiet. And like for example, I'm been a mechanic for most of my life, so my ears are subject to a lot of harsh noises, and like hammer blows or something crashing and making noise, or loud engines and so on. So the ears can ring for a period of time after being subjected to those harsh sounds, and that can be in an industrial environment, can be in a city environment, just a normal city environment. There's a lot of impacting sounds going on. And so you go out into a natural environment where it's really quiet, and then you start to open up and you start to become more aware, and you realize it's not really quiet, it's just the sounds are much quieter, and you hear things all around, and you become super sensitive, and maybe you can start to hear things hundreds of meters away, or maybe even a kilometer, 2 or 3 away. Whereas before in the city, you're only hearing the really loud sounds that are close by and so on.
I can give you a really accurate example to it. I was raised in right next to the airport, and so I was so used to it. Planes, landing and departing and arriving all the time, and therefore I stopped hearing it. I didn't hear it. I've never heard that. And the people were complaining all the time, but it was just part of me. And
Mm-hmm.
it was just like everything else was going on around me. And yeah, that's so true, sir. What you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, Rick,
So.
don't give up yet, Rick. This is Breaker. Danny, I see that we have in our participants, we have Alex, and I was just wondering
Oh,
if
okay.
if he might have something he'd like to share.
Yeah. How you
If
doing, Alex? What's up there? I can unmute you. I'm not sure if we're gonna. Okay, there you're
Hi,
unmuted.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Alex. How you doing?
Hi, Rick. Yeah, well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Do you have anything to report? You'd like to report or discuss here?
yeah, but the configuration is really complicated. It's going to take me forever to explain. I'll take my time next week. Next Wednesday, I'll set it up and then I'll explain to you. It's a battery.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know let me explain it. Maybe someone can do it. You know the 1.5 volt zinc and carbon battery.
Mm-hmm.
No, the one that has a carbon rod.
Mm-hmm. Like a regular D cell, like what we call the D cell or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know the one that has the zinc outside.
Sorry, you're breaking up there. Oh, your sound's breaking up. Alex, I'm not catching you. You're sounding like a robot that's breaking up like crazy. Ah, it's in code. I see. It's something about the carbon rod. Alex, we're losing. Yeah, we're losing all the magic ingredients, and
So it's a long way from where you are.
it's a little better. It's just
Hello?
it's really gravelly. Try again. We heard about a battery, something like this, maybe.
Exactly.
Right? And about the carbon rod. There's a carbon rod inside. And there's a zinc. There's zinc inside this cover as well.
Yeah. And then if you take on the context, use a wrap around the carbon rod in between in the thing. You know, there's a carbon rod in the battery. If you take the carbon inside the battery and then just use the carbon rod inside and then put CO2. Put CO2 in the battery. You're gonna get like 1.2 volts forever. Did you get that?
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Another thing I want to tell you,
yeah.
with that same battery, you can get your CO2 with that. If you put salt and water in it, you get pure CO2 with the same configuration. You don't have to change nothing. So if you want to use it for electricity, if you want to use it for as a battery, you replace the salt water with just a liquid plasma.
Salt water, liquid plasma, blah, 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 blah. Alex, I think we're going to need a better connection. We're missing all the special secret ingredients here in the sauce. Alex, try. I'm gonna mute your video because maybe it'll help with your audio because it's not the video's not coming through.
Exactly.
Okay, so maybe you'll have to mute it because it's not muting. Yeah, I think you need a little better connection there. Otherwise, we got some of that about the battery and the carbon rod and the zinc and creating the CO2 in it as an everlasting battery. So maybe you can give us more information next week about that. That'd be great. I have no idea what you just said. I think you said we'll do it next week.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. It was hard to understand, but I think we got the message there, and we'll look forward to another presentation about that next week, perhaps. That'd be great. Okay, I think I'm going to wrap things up here. We've gone. Sorry?
Is it better?
Somewhat, although your video is still on, so I suspect that's taking up most of your bandwidth. I tried to turn it off several times, but it won't mute, won't turn it off. There. Okay, now, whoops. The whole thing went. Well, we might hear back.
Maybe he's trying to come back in. Maybe he's trying to reboot.
I'll see if.
Did you figure out he took the carbon rod out of the battery and put CO2 in where the carbon rod was?
No, I think that he left the carbon rod and the zinc.
No, I mean when he wanted to make it as a battery.
Yeah, I think he left the carbon rod and the zinc and just took out the stuff in between the carbon rod and the zinc and filled that with CO2.
Okay.
That's the way I understand it. Took out the electrolytic paste or whatever that's between the rod and the cup of the zinc cylinder, like. So that's the way I understand it, but stay tuned next week to find. Oh, Alex is back. Alex is back. Hi, Alex. Try just your audio. I'll try to unmute you there. I don't have any control over his stuff here. Maybe I have to ask to start. Oh, there we go.
Is it better?
Well, I don't know. Try talking a little bit. It sounds garbly so far, but go ahead. I think it's a little better. Go ahead. Hello?
Is it better?
Well, it's working right now. Go ahead. Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay. So what I was saying is that if you take the battery and empty the content and just leave the
Alex, whoa, it's not working. It's the same thing again. You need better line. We can't go through with this again. It's ridiculous trying to listen. No, it's not working. It's not working, Alex. I have no idea what you're saying. It just sounds garbled and it's starting to piss me off. So I'm going to stop now. Okay, we'll get it fixed for next week, Alex. It's the only way. It's not coming through. We can't understand anything. Yeah, it's just annoying. So okay. Alex, it's not working. Stop. Stop, Alex. Stop, please. Stop. 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 Thank you. I don't know what happened there, but jeez. Whew. I couldn't handle any more of that sound. Okay, we'll get it figured out for next week. I think we've had enough for today.
Thank you so much, Rick. It's just so good. Thank you.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks everybody for all the input and so on. I'm not sure. I think there was maybe some comments in the live stream that I neglected to say. There's quite a bit from Tom, who mentions a few things that correlates some of the stuff we're talking about shamans and whatnot. So thank you, Tom, and thank you everybody for all the input today. It was quite a lot of information came out, a lot of good stuff, and appreciate everybody's input. Really, really, really do. I'm hoping that we'll have more breakthroughs and things that will have some, bigger significance in the world at large. But it's not something that I push for, and it's not something that's the main purpose of this group, which is basically to get people together and show what we have and discuss our ideas and whatnot. And to that effect, it's working very well, I think. So, enough about that. Let's call it a day. And thanks, everybody. See you again next week for more fun with or without the sun. And thanks, Alper. Thanks for your feedback today. Okay, I'm going to end the live stream and we'll stop the meeting. Let's do that.